The July 27th meeting of the City Council will come to order, and City Clerk Mendoza, if you would please take the roll.
Yeah, Councilmember Suffredin.
Here.
Councilmember Davis will possibly be remote. Councilmember Rogers will also be remote for the day. Councilmember Geracaris will be remote as well. Councilmember Kelly is on this side here. Councilmember Harris.
Present.
Councilmember Isles.
Here.
Councilmember Newsma.
Here.
Okay.
Councilmember Burns is also, he's running a little late.
Okay, great. So seeing as we have a quorum, I think we now have to approve virtual participation. Do we have anybody?
We could do it now for
Like a blanket. I'll move for virtual
Okay.
participation of Councilmembers
Burns,
Burns, Davis, Rogers, and Geracaris.
Okay, would somebody like to second that?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
None opposed? Okay, so with 5 voting in favor, none voting against, the motion carries.
people remote, I would do a roll call vote.
But do we have anybody remote?
We had to vote them in first. They will be.
Okay, all right, so you want to call the roll?
Yeah. So, Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye. Okay, great, so that motion carries, and council members Geracaris, Rogers, Davis, and Burns have been, all right, may participate virtually. Okay, now I think Councilmember Newsma, do you want to make a motion to convene into executive
Yeah,
session?
before I do, let's just make it clear that we will convene into executive session, and then once that executive session has concluded, we will recess the council meeting and reconvene the council meeting after the various committee meetings, which will be around 6 o'clock.
Right,
Right, so at which point, public comment will, and everything else on
Well,
the agenda will follow.
exactly.
Okay. So with that being said, pursuant to 5 Illinois compiled statutes 120/2C, I move that the city council convene into executive session to discuss agenda items regarding litigation and workers' compensation. These agenda items are permitted subjects to be considered in executive session and are enumerated exceptions under the Open Meetings Act. Those exceptions are 5 ILCS 120/2C, Section 11 and Section 12.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Great, okay, that motion carries. So at 3:27, the city council resolves itself into executive session to begin immediately in the city council library. Okay, good evening. I'm Councilmember Claire Kelly, and I am acting as Mayor Pro Tem this evening. Mayor Daniel Biss is out. The July 27th meeting of the City Council will now come to order. Clerk Mendoza, if you could call the roll.
Councilmember Suffredin.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
I'm here, we're just calling a roll, right?
We are, then we're going
Yeah, just to,
Right, okay.
yeah.
and then,
And
Right.
Councilmember Kelly.
aye. And do we have anybody?
Do we have, Councilmember Geracaris is not on virtually yet, I do not believe.
Okay, so now would somebody like to make a motion to recess until 6 o'clock?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I will move to recess the city council meeting until after planning and development, which won't be any earlier than 6 o'clock.
Okay, that motion has been made by Councilmember Newsman, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Would you please take the roll?
Sorry, left my computer over there. Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Okay, so that motion carries. So we will now recess, and the referrals committee will begin at 5 o'clock, and we'll be back at 6 as a council.
Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Geracaris online?
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Geracaris? We'll vote you in after, sorry. Councilmember Kelly?
Here.
Councilmember Harris?
Present.
Councilmember Isles?
Here.
Councilmember Newsma? Councilmember Burns?
We did vote Councilmember.
Yes, we,
Geracaris
actually,
in at the
yes.
very
we-
beginning.
Thank you so much. Yes.
All right, well, we have a quorum, so we can begin. So we do not have to approve his virtual participation, is that? Okay, great, wonderful. Okay, then with that, we will now, we do the virtual participation. The mayor's public announcements? Yes. Okay. We'll now move to the public announcements, Mayor Biss's public announcements. I will make them on his behalf because he is not here this evening. And this evening, we are going to recognize Pastor Kenneth Eugene Cherry Sr. 30th anniversary. Whereas Pastor Kenneth Eugene Cherry, Sr. has faithfully served as pastor of Christ Temple Missionary Baptist Church since his installation in August of 1996, providing nearly 30 years of spiritual leadership, compassionate service, and unwavering dedication to the residents of the city of Evanston. And whereas under Pastor Cherry's leadership, the church has remained steadfast in its mission to glorify God, proclaim the gospel of Jesus Christ, and serve the community through ministries that strengthen families, uplift individuals, and provide hope to those in need. And for more than 26 years, the church has partnered with Connections for the Homeless, providing meals, worship services, fellowship, and compassionate support to individuals experiencing homelessness. And whereas Pastor Cherry has cultivated meaningful partnerships among clergy, community organizations, elected officials, and civic leaders, fostering unity, collaboration, and goodwill through his participation in annual community events, including the Father's Day March, and by leading Christ Temple Missionary Baptist Church as a beacon of hope during the COVID-19 pandemic, providing a safe and welcoming space for funerals, weddings, christenings, worship services, community meetings, and other congregations seeking a place to gather during an unprecedented time of uncertainty. And whereas Pastor Cherry devoted 27 years of public service to the city of Evanston through the Parks and Recreation Department, serving at Robert Crown and Fleetwood Jourdain community centers before becoming
Thank you. Sterling, which team Dan impressed you the most? Thank you.
Okay. Whereas Pastor Cherry devoted 27 years of public service to the city of Evanston through the Parks and Recreation Department, serving at Robert Crown and Fleetwood Jourdain community centers before becoming recreation manager and later division manager of community and arts, where he provided oversight of the Gibbs Morrison Cultural Center, Mason Park, and the Noyes Cultural Arts Center. And whereas Pastor Cherry served as chaplain for the Evanston Police Department from 2014 through 2017, providing spiritual guidance, compassionate care, and encouragement to police officers, staff, and community members during times of crises and need, while also devoting his life to mentoring young people, particularly Black youth, through counseling, community outreach, and personal encouragement, carrying forward the legacy of mentorship he received from distinguished Evanston leaders, the late Dr. John Norwood and the late Bishop Carlos Moody, Sr., whose examples of faith, leadership, and service helped shape his lifelong commitment to investing in future generations. And whereas Pastor Cherry is a co-founder of Evanston Own It, an initiative established to unite residents, faith leaders, businesses, and community organizations in promoting public safety, accountability, neighborhood engagement, and unity. And whereas throughout his ministry and public service, Pastor Cherry has received numerous honors, including the City of Evanston Parks and Recreation Directors Award on 2 separate occasions. Now, therefore, I Mayor Pro Tem Claire Kelly, on behalf of Daniel Biss, Mayor of the City of Evanston, do hereby proclaim August 15th, 2026 as Pastor Kenneth Eugene Cherry Senior Day in the City of Evanston in celebration of his 30th anniversary, and encourage all residents to join in honoring his enduring legacy of leadership and for the countless ways he has strengthened our community through hope, unity, faith, and love.
Okay, now you get to take a photo with
You
him.
come with me. You're with
Sure.
me. Let's do it.
If you want.
Yes, I absolutely do.
Okay, now move just so that the thing is right there. Yeah, that's looking good. That's looking good. Perfect.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
One for one.
Okay. All right. Let me get a sip of water. That was a long one. Councilmember Harris.
Pastor Cherry.
Pastor Cherry.
Pastor Cherry, before
Wait a
you get
moment,
out the
Pastor
door,
Cherry.
before you get out the door, he winning and running. No, just wanted to take this opportunity to tell you thank you very much for all that you have done in the community. I call in on the Evanston Own It, and you're always very helpful. We had some issues in the second ward, and they were like, oh, we calling our pastor. And I said, well, who's that? And they were like, Chair. So, oh, we going to get that fixed today. Because Pastor Cherry is a force to reckon with, and I appreciate that. I respect that. So I just want to say congratulations.
Wonderful. Okay, now another Office of the Mayor proclamation, and this is for Courtney Kruger Day, July 27, 2026. Whereas the City of Evanston proudly celebrates the outstanding achievement of Courtney Kruger being chosen and competing with Team Illinois powerlifting for the 2026 Special Olympics USA Games, winning 3 silver medals and a gold medal, and whereas Courtney demonstrated exceptional athletic excellence, discipline, perseverance, determination, and hard work throughout the season, qualifying and medaling in Illinois Summer Games and ending her season on one of the biggest stages for Special Olympic athletes. And whereas Courtney earned silver medals in squat, deadlift, and bench press individual lifts, as well as earning a gold medal in the combination lift category. And whereas these accomplishments were made possible through the hard work, commitment, and talent of not only Courtney, but with the love and support of her family, friends, and coaches. And whereas the accomplishments of Courtney bring honor and distinction to the City of Evanston, serve as a source of pride for the entire community, and inspire future generations of athletes to pursue excellence both on and off the field. Now therefore, I, Mayor Pro Tem Claire Kelly, on behalf of Daniel Biss, Mayor of the City of Evanston, Illinois, do hereby proclaim July 27, 2026 as Courtney Kruger Day in recognition of her incredible achievement in winning the gold medal at the 2026 Special Olympics USA Games, and in appreciation of the athletes, coaches, families, and supporters whose dedication contributed to this extraordinary accomplishment. Congratulations. Okay, that was wonderful. Very honored to present those. Next, we have the city manager public announcements. City Manager Stowe.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kelly, council members, Clerk Mendoza. I have a couple of updates and announcements. As you all know, earlier this afternoon, portions of Cook County received quadruple the amount of rainfall originally forecasted, along with really high winds and some hail. Thankfully, it appears that, to our knowledge, that there were no serious injuries in Evanston related to the storm this afternoon. For the first wave of storms, we received the following calls for service. Fire department is just the first wave of storms. There was a second wave later this afternoon. The first wave, over 150 calls for service just for the fire department. We had over 400 calls for police 911, over 330 service calls for public works, over 1,000 calls for 301. So I'm deeply appreciative to staff for all their efforts to keep up with this volume of calls. 301 stayed open until just a few minutes ago at 8 o'clock and will reopen at 6 a.m. tomorrow. As I mentioned, the call volume has been extremely high. 301 also offers live chat, email, and texting. More information at cityofevanston.org/301. Fleetwood, Jourdain, and Levy Center will be closed tomorrow due to power issues. At last check, there were 6,000 plus ComEd customers at Evanston who do not have power. We are offering cooling centers at Robert Crown, Prieto Community Center, and the library main branch tomorrow. We will continue to communicate storm-related updates via our city website, email, communications, and social media. Again, I'd like to thank fire, police, public works, and staff across the city for their hard work and efforts as we work towards recovery. Want to make a brief mention too, as you recall, City Council approved goals and initiatives in April earlier this year. So the first update, the quarterly update as promised, will be released by Friday of this week. And lastly, we have a presentation and some exciting updates this evening from Evanston Latinos and the Coalition. Ricardo and Celia are here with many others. Thank you all so much for your patience this evening. At this time, I'd like to welcome up Ricardo and Celia.
Okay, so it'll be two different people speaking, but Good evening, Standing Mayor Kelly, City Council members, Clerk Mendoza, and a special thank you to City Manager Luke Stowe for allowing us the opportunity to address the city. My name is Cindy Castro, and this is
Cynthia Lara.
We are honored to stand before you today as members of La Coalición Latina de Evanston. La Coalición Latina de Evanston is a multi-sector coalition of Latino organizations and community leaders who have come together to organize more strategically and collaboratively on behalf of our community. Earlier this year, we began building a coalition rooted in shared leadership, accountability, and a common vision for equity and inclusion. Our formation is both proactive and necessary. For far too long, the Latino community has experienced systemic barriers, underrepresentation, and unequal access to opportunities and resources. We believe our community deserves not only equitable conditions to thrive, but also a visible, coordinated voice in the systems that shape policy, investment, and opportunity in our city.
Our coalition exists to strengthen collaboration among Latino serving organizations, elevate the voices of our community, advocate for equitable policies and resource allocation, serve as a coordinated and trusted partner on issues that impact Latino residents. Recently, we hosted a community forum that brought together Latino residents, families, leaders, and community partners to share their experience, identify community strengths, discuss barriers, and envision opportunities for the future. Participants engage in meaningful conversation across 6 key areas: mental health, youth development, housing, older adults, and economic development. The insights gathered from those conversations will help shape our priorities, strengthen our partnerships, and guide our advocacy efforts as we continue to work alongside residents to uplift and empower the Latino community. Today, we are here not only to formally introduce ourselves, but to invite you to think of La Coalición Latina de Evanston as a partner. As you plan initiatives, allocate resources, develop policies, and design programs that impact our community, we ask that Latino voices be included from the beginning, not after decisions have already been made. We welcome partnership, dialogue, and collaboration rooted in mutual respect and a shared commitment to equity. Together, we can build a stronger and more inclusive Evanston, where every member of our community has the opportunity to thrive.
So as many of you know, it has been a very difficult year and a half for many of our families. Documented or not, it's very heavy to be a Latino nowadays, but we rise and we continue to push forward. And this is a beautiful thing to see here, all of us here together. And as we end, I would like to also address our community directly. Para nuestra comunidad, la coalición ha nacido porque sabemos que nuestra comunidad merece más. Durante años, muchas familias latinas han enfrentado barreras, falta de representación y falta de igualdad en el acceso a oportunidades y recursos. Lo más importante es que esta coalición es para ustedes. Esperamos tener el honor de servirlos y conocer su historia. Como he dicho antes, unidos somos más y juntos somos más fuertes y moveremos montañas. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is beautiful to see. La Unión. Thank you. Okay, next we have communications from our city clerk, Mendoza.
Just as a reminder to our elected officials and the public and the press, if you go under the communications of the city clerk, now automatically communications, written communications will be added in there. So if you give me a second to pull them up. So today we had a public comment from Peter Braithwaite about the proposal for NU, and we had Claudia Garcia Rojas also submitted a public comment about Evanston zoning update. Paula M. Twigling about the zoning consultant decision. Frank Hill. Also about the zoning consultant. Sorry, I apologize. I have to pull up something different so this can go by faster. So hang in there with me. David Cherry, also about consulting. Molly Barrage about the zoning process. We already mentioned Frank Hill. Elizabeth Van Nice, also about the zoning. Lauren McFarland about A4, Resolution 141-R-26. Kathleen McCannon about zoning. Sarah Friedman about Resolution 136-R-26, the zoning consultant. Paula, we've mentioned. Leslie Levin about moving forward with the zoning plan. Interfaith Action about Resolution 136-R-26. Michael Lohr about the zoning proposal. And Wynn Graham also about the zoning proposal. Eric Schwan about Envision Evanston Consultants. Chris White, Zoning Code Consultant Selection. Scott Roberts, Zoning Consultant Referral. And Don Bosinger about for Wyoming, Evanston. That's not for us. Okay, so that is all. And then those are all the written public comment. And again, those can be found online. Another thing, I'm briefly going to go through the website. So if Anderson is out there, the website for how to run for office. So I'm going to, if the presentation, yes. So not the presentation, if you could just pull up the city website, that's going to be. And then I will offer a presentation at another point. I do have a presentation for it, but I will instead take the time to help our community navigate through the city website.
So this is a presentation
For how to run for office. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So for those of you who are interested in participating in our democratic process, if you go to the departments and then you go under City Clerk, we now have a tab that says 2027 Consolidated Election. So if you go on our website there, you are able to find information on how to run for mayor. What we technically did is took under the Illinois Board of Elections, you have a guide on how to run for office. So what we did is we went in and then just pulled the information that is for our form of government. So it's not confusing for everyone. But again, there's just the 5 steps on how to do that. And if you can confirm if you qualify to run for office based on how long you've been a resident of Evanston. We also added information about what forms you need. And just a checklist on the number of forms. And we went in and linked every single form that you have to utilize to run for office. And again, just as clarification, the clerk's office only receives petitions for municipal elections. So that means the mayor's office for this upcoming special election. We do not receive any other forms. And another clarification is that write-ins are also filed with the county clerk, not the city clerk. But I just wanted to briefly show everyone where you find this information. As of July 21st, the mayor did submit his resignation to my office, his notarized resignation. And then that can also be found, that paper can be found online too in Laserfiche if you really want to take a look at it. But that is it for my announcements. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. We now move to public announcements by council members. And we start with Councilmember Suffredin. Any public announcements? No, okay. Councilmember Davis?
None for me.
Okay, Councilmember Rogers? Nothing, no report. Councilmember Harris?
Nothing.
Okay, Councilmember Isles?
No report.
Councilmember Nusma?
August ward meeting is going to be Tuesday, the 4th next week, 7 p.m. at Crown, and August office hours, Saturday, the 15th, from 10 a.m. to noon at Merrick Rose Garden.
Okay, and I don't have anything to report. And Councilmember Burns?
I was trying to look for the exact language, but Council Ruggie, if you can send this around, I just wanted to remind Council that we're not supposed to use this time to talk about legislative matters that are on the agenda. And so if you can send that exact language out that we approved. I remember I made the motion or provided the language,
Okay.
and so I know that should be in there. So I just wanted to address
Reiterate
that.
that,
Thank you.
okay. Great, thank you. And Councilmember Geracaris?
Nothing to report.
Okay, all right, with that, we move now to the consent agenda, correct, before public comment? Okay, so would Councilmember Nusma?
No, the public comment is next on the agenda.
I was told that we're doing the consent agenda first. Does it matter?
Oh, yes. In between public comment special, yes, that's correct, public comment next.
So we're doing public comment next. Okay. So now we're going to move to public comment, and we will begin with those who signed up in person to speak in person, and starting with, we will start with David Galloway, followed by Frank Hill, followed by Jesse Chats. So David Galloway. And you have, let's see, how many people, one moment, do we have all together? I'm sorry, one moment. So each person will be allowed a minute and a half, and I'll give you a 10-second warning when you're hitting the end of it. Okay, thank you.
Very well. I'm speaking in regards to the Evanston zoning ordinance. I'm Dave Galloway. I'm the Vice President of Design Evanston, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the board members and other professional members of our organization who have actively participated in the past comprehensive plan process and the current zoning update. Most of us have lived in Evanston for at least 25 years, and we represent design professionals that include architecture, urban design, and urban planning. Most of us have either served in government or in government agencies and commissions, such as the Plan Commission and the Preservation Commission. We've also inquired, as it relates to reviewing this proposal, of outside consultants in zoning and urban design, as well as those experts in how to prepare and respond to RFPs. I can ignore that? Okay. Subsequently, we all agree that the city should engage Code Studio to help draft the revised zoning ordinance. We support all the points in the city staff memo recommending this firm as the best choice to move forward. There are many other comments, but they are submitted to you in my email. I also have paper copies that I can dispense if need be. But I firmly believe that this is an opportunity that we cannot waste. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next. Oh, sorry. That's okay. Did you get it working? Next, Frank Hill.
Hi, Frank Hill, 7th Ward, detached single-family homeowner and Vice President of Rezoning for a Better Evanston. We strongly urge council to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Code Studio for the zoning update per city staff's recommendation because it is past time to move forward with the rewriting of Evanston's zoning code. Every week that passes without acting to create more affordable housing in Evanston is a week too long, and it has been years too long already. Each household that moves away from Evanston because it's unaffordable leaves a communal void. Household is too bloodless a word. People leaving because it is unaffordable to stay are our friends, our fellow congregants, our neighbors, youth sports coaches, students in our public schools. Each time a person, whether black, white, Latino, Native American, or Asian, leaves Evanston, not because they choose to, but because they can no longer afford to pay for housing, our community suffers a loss. The status quo may be working for me and my family and those of my means, and it seems to be working for those who wish to suspend Evanston in amber, but it is absolutely not working for many Evanstonians, folks who might be our friends and neighbors, but for the ways in which exclusionary zoning precludes them from living in our neighborhoods.
Thank you very much. Next, Jesse Chatz.
Good evening. My name is Jesse Chatz, and I serve as the Chief of Staff and Strategy at the McGall YMCA. I'm honored to be here this evening on behalf of our President and CEO, Monique Parsons, our Board of Directors, our staff, and especially the 156 men who call the men's residence home. Monique asked me to make one thing absolutely clear this evening. She would never allow us to appear before this council first without expressing our sincere gratitude for your partnership and your unwavering support of the McGall YMCA and the Men's Residence Project. We know this project would not be where it is today without the confidence, collaboration, and investment of the city. While she couldn't be here this evening, she remains personally committed to seeing this project through, and I'm proud to stand here representing that commitment and the confidence you have placed in her leadership and our organization. As you know, the need for housing has never been greater. We currently have more than 100 men on our wait list, each hoping for the opportunity to access stable housing and support services. I'm also excited to share that our capital campaign continues to make tremendous progress. Today, we raised $15.1 million towards our $22.5 million goal. We have tremendous momentum and now just $3 million away from reaching our 80% fundraising milestone that will allow us to begin construction. We're working hard every day to secure those remaining dollars, and we are fully committed to raising every penny needed to complete this project. Finally, I want to express our sincere appreciation for your consideration of reallocating the city's ARPA funds to the Affordable Housing Fund. This action ensures the city's commitment to affordable housing continues while providing the flexibility needed to support this once-in-a-generation investment. Your partnership has helped bring us to this point, and your continued support brings us one step closer to breaking ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Susan Calder, followed by Scott Roberts, followed by Liz Bryant. Susan Calder.
Good evening, and I'd like to again thank the council for their support with ARPA funds for the YMCA. We have supplied a residence for over 140 years for men, and it's a very unique niche for affordable housing in that you can rent a room for a week or for years, and that is truly unique. Our gentlemen generally stay an average of 18 to 24 months, but since the age range right now is 18 to 86, you can imagine that some of those 86-year-olds have been here with us for years. We provide supporting roles, and of the total budget for the project, which is $22.5 million, 10% of that is to provide housing for the residents at another location so that they can stay together and be secure in their housing. And it's not going to be in Evanston, but they will provide buses to keep the people with their jobs in Evanston active in their current roles. So thank you again very much. Bye.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Scott Roberts.
Hello, City Council, City Manager Stowe, and City Clerk Mendoza. I urge City Council to move forward with the zoning consultant process without a hold, please. Both firms are highly qualified and would likely do an excellent job. Design Evanston, we heard, supports the choice of Code Studio. Even during an earlier meeting, the public commenters who were urging delay were praising Code Studio. The one comment I have regarding Code Studio's proposal is the length of time for community engagement. Community engagement is a critical component of the zoning process. The city and previous zoning consultant, however, have already conducted extensive community engagement and the rezoning process the past several years. Going back to square one would waste the time and money already devoted to community development. Whichever firm is chosen, they should be encouraged to take advantage of the feedback already collected, reducing the cost and amount of time required. Evanston desperately needs to address our housing crisis, and we should aim for a 15-month timeline. Let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Next, Liz Bryant.
Thank you, Standing Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Elizabeth Bryant, and tonight I'm speaking as a resident in Evanston. I believe both McKenna and Code Studio are reputable companies, and I commend both of them on their skills. If I still lived in Wilmette and I was given a choice, I would be a staunch supporter of McKenna. As an Evanston resident, given the vast number of neighborhoods and corridors and a forever tango with Northwestern, I am resolute in my support with Code Studio. Code Studio has award-winning skills in creating zoning codes that manage growth yet protect the local charm. Their outcomes create flexibility, predictability, and walkability. They can translate complex visions into modern user-friendly regulations. The use of sub-consultants specializes in community engagement, housing market metrics, and pattern analysis. The robust phase-by-phase approach reduces the risk of costly mid-project change orders. There's plenty of time for technical discussion. Right now, I wish to illustrate the using a metaphor of asking, are we going to Aldi or are we going to Whole Foods with this project? Aldi is clearly cheaper, but Whole Foods cares about the ingredients that goes into their foods. In addition, Whole Foods cares about how the animals are sourced for meat, are fed, and how they are cared for. I believe Evanston residents are not a cheap piece of meat and shouldn't be treated as such.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have Jackie Davidoff. Is Jackie here? Oh, there you are.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Mayor Pro Tem Kelly and council members and staff. And this is, I'm going to abbreviate my remarks from earlier and to say that I speak in favor of the importance of moving forward now on the selection of the consulting firms, one of them at your choice, and the need for a zoning update is undisputed. Evanston needs more housing at all levels of affordability. We have a clear and urgent responsibility to update the zoning to uphold our principles as a city of being a welcoming, equitable, and inclusive place to live for everyone. And I have confidence, every confidence in the city and staff and this body's decision to move forward. And also, as many have said, I recommend and feel very comfortable with Code Studio. So please, I urge the council and staff to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brian Hansen, followed by Adriana Veit-Villent, and then Shauna Green. Brian Hansen.
Hi, everyone. Good to be with you tonight. My name is Brian Hansen. I've lived in Evanston for 25 years in the 6th Ward in a single-family detached home. I, too, am urging you to move forward in signing agreement with a consultant to help us move forward with our zoning update. We've invested years at this point debating these issues. And during that time, our community's changed. There have been people who've been displaced. Our affordability has gone down. There are people who are struggling harder in our community. And while we have made great progress in passing a comprehensive plan, in the Housing for All plan, we need to take this next step forward. And I guess I'm concerned because on April 18th, I left town to ride my bicycle across the country in my mid-60s. And after 4,400 miles in my mid-60s, I don't ride very fast. And when I got back here, we're right where we were when I left. And I understand there can be concerns and reasonable reasons for wanting to be intentional about this and doing this right. But I would like to hear, for those who propose delay, some acknowledgement of the impact, the negative impact of real people who live in our community. And how are we balancing those together? I urge you to act. I think we have a really strong proposal on the table that can lead our city forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Adriana Vilente or? Vital.
Hello, Council. My name is Adriana Vital. I am here from 443 Osbury Avenue in Evanston. I came here 2 weeks ago. I am here with my fellow business owners that are right there, just so you guys know that we take this seriously, and we all are from different wards. We're trying to regulate our sweepstakes machines. All of us are here, longtime small business owners in Evanston. Each time we struggle to stay in business, there is a misconception that we make money out of gas sales. The reality is we make cents on those gas sales. Our real business is inside the store. Those sales have decreased a lot because of inflation and the rising cost of living. Sweepstakes machines has been a small source of new income after the flavor ban went in effect. Property taxes, payroll, utilities, maintenance, insurance have risen in costs. We don't understand how every surrounding city like Skokie, Wilmette, Chicago can still sell flavored tobacco. The only city that can't is Evanston. Now, you also want to take our sweepstakes machines away from us. The small revenue, it's not even big, is the same, almost, well, it's not the same because lottery we don't make any revenue really from them unless they win, which is rare nowadays. But when will we catch a break? The small business owner, the people, your neighbors, we all have been here a long time. You guys know us. We seen a lot of your kids grow up. I know a lot of them. My store is next to Oakton, and I seen them there. So please think about us when you're voting on this. Please think about how this has affected us, and think about the revenue. It's pretty small. We don't even have a lot of machines. Obviously, we still sell soda and candy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Shauna Green. Shama Green.
Hello, I'm Shauna Green. How you doing, Council?
Okay, thank you.
Asking you guys not to ban sweepstakes. I've been a patron of the Citgo gas station on Oakton and Asbury, and also the Mobile for 20 years. So I've been there for the lottery, the machines, everything. I was so happy when you guys allowed us to have the machines. My friends and I, we spend time there. We conversate, we play games, we enjoy each other, we enjoy the games, and we have a lot of fun. And it's something a lot of people don't realize. It's more seniors that play the game than anybody. We have a lot of time now. We build friendship. And this was something that was really needed because like a lot of us, who's going to go to a casino? This is what I'm reduced to. So when I go in the gas station, I get me a drink, I sit down, I get me some chips, and I enjoy my day. And then some of my friends come in and we just talk, we enjoy, we talk about the games. It's pretty much like a big video game for those who like to play. And we really enjoy, and we would appreciate if you would allow us to continue to have our togetherness without having to have to go to some casino or some senior citizen gathering that we wouldn't fit in.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You guys, thank you.
Next, we have Wood Bennett Barrett. Please correct me. I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing the name. Mr. Barrett? No? Mr. Barrett? I think Barrett or Bassett? No? Okay. Rich Salazar?
Hello, good evening. I'm here to address the sweepstakes machines as well. I just want to make this really fast and point out some quick points that might help. We just had the same type of voting in Chicago, and the aldermen voted 33 to 15 because they were actually provided with reviews that show that small businesses would be impacted greatly due to the rising property taxes, the cost of merchandise going up. Gas is not what it used to be. People buy about half of the gas that they used to buy. So all these small businesses are in danger of shutting down or not being open 24 hours a day. We did do a good job in Chicago and got that to all the aldermen, and they did vote in a very big way supporting the machines and continue to allow it. We paid tax emblem stickers in Chicago for $150 to help the city provide tax revenue, and then we also buy state of Illinois licenses. So the state of Illinois approves all these machines off the back already. And then if you guys are willing to meet with the owners, I'm sure we can come out to something similar to like Chicago, where we pay a tax revenue sticker and help the city of Evanston. Thank you guys for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anybody else who would like to speak who's in person this evening? Okay. If you could state your name. Oh, these are the people who signed up in person? Okay. Did you sign up to speak in person online? Yes. Okay, then we'll move to people who signed up online to speak in person. Okay. No, that's okay. You're that's fine. Come forward, you're right.
Good evening. My name is Julian Honowitz. I live at 2401 Colfax Street, speaking on behalf of People Over Parking, 214 Neighbors Strong. So we support Three Crowns renovation. We oppose One Piece, the proposed 23-space parking lot on Colfax. Here's the heart of it. No one recommended this lot. We discussed this earlier. I know that this came in front of the Planning Development Committee, and I want to just address one specific piece that I believe the council members discussed widely, which was what was the dimensions that were evaluated in the study that was only the 4 surrounding streets. So that would have been Colfax, Pioneer, Grant, and McDaniel, only the border of the facility itself. The parking study evaluated in, I believe, Kimberly Horn said in October that there were 241 approximately spaces that were available both on the existing surrounding streets as well as the 147 that's included in the 241 spaces that are already on the property. At maximum times, the off-street parking during the weekend was 63% utilized, and during the week was 82% utilized. And if we were to look at the available on-street parking, at the same time, at the maximum, there was 32% available, 32% utilized, meaning that there was 68% available. That's on the weekend. On the weekday, it was 36 or 39% utilized, so you've got 60% available. So we're talking about a glut of available parking. It's a question of how we utilize it. And again, as I've recommended, I sincerely hope that you will vote against a parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Elliot Oates, followed by, we have Pat Monsell, followed by Elliot Oates, followed by Lori Keenan. Pat Monsell? She left? Okay. Then Elliot Oates. Okay. Is that right? Let me just go. Okay. Elliot Oates.
Sorry, I had to leave the meeting earlier because
okay.
I had other things I needed to do in the day. I'm here today, I believe, from 6th Ward because I want to speak in regards to Code Studio. I believe that with how much time it has already taken and how much time we need to take in the future to do the zoning changes, it is a good idea to approve of a studio or to do this measure, to do the zoning rewrite as soon as possible, especially given that they are a well-qualified studio that is capable of handling the measure at hand. That's all.
Thank you. Next, Lori Keenan. Lori? Okay. Next, we have Jeff Smith. Jeff?
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the council. On the contract with Code Studio, the two proposals have only been out to the public a week, which is insufficient time for thorough review of the content and the bona fides by the public. Since the city's had this since June, it really should have been released weeks earlier. I do agree with those from staff to Design Evanston to the upzoning advocates who feel that Code Studio is the better choice, and I'd say the only choice. But I don't like take it or leave it propositions. I haven't found an instance yet of the talent folks at Code Studio rezoning an entire municipality that's already both as dense and as affluent as Evanston, and where density and development are part of what is driving the problems of affordability, as the extended discussions about Three Crowns showed tonight, where our close proximity already creates conflicts. Code Studio rezoned Newton, Massachusetts, with which I'm familiar, Decatur, Georgia, which is an inner ring suburb as close as you'll find to Evanston in Atlanta, Charlottesville, Virginia, Newport, Rhode Island. Those are all between 3,000 and 5,000 people per square mile. For us to get to where they are, we'd have to reduce density by 30, 40, 50%. So this presents a very different task for Code Studio. I emphatically oppose any suggestions that we should cut back on public engagement. I do support suggestions to give the public a little more time to weigh in or to solicit additional competitive proposals, or at minimum for questions to be answered, both about the process and the firm. We owe it to our residents. We owe it to ourselves.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kira Kelly. Kira, can you unmute your mic?
Hi.
Kira Kelly?
I'm
There
Kira
she is.
Kelly.
Okay.
I live in the 7th Ward, and I'm speaking today to ask that City Council request additional proposals for the zoning RFP by whatever procurement process is appropriate. We need more competition and a choice for such a consequential contract that will shape every neighborhood in Evanston. Cities similar to Evanston have spent considerable effort attracting highly qualified firms and have secured significantly more than 2 proposals. It's actually not an uncommon practice to resolicit an RFP when it's believed competition has been inadequate. Code Studio submission should certainly remain under consideration, and I'm grateful they submitted, and they should be invited to resubmit. But council is about to choose from only one serious proposal, even though there's every reason to believe additional qualified firms could and should be attracted. And there's precedent. In March 2023, Community Development Director Flax told City Council that the original envisioned comprehensive plan RFP was canceled because it received a quote limited response of 3 proposals. And here we have 2 today. FOIA records show that this occurred after staff had identified a preferred consultant and drafted an ordinance. But in this case, I'm not asking for a revised RFP, only an opportunity for additional competition. And whether or not there's a good explanation, you can understand why this difference in standard applied appears inconsistent to residents, and why there's been building skepticism about fairness in the process. Let's do it right this time.
Thank you.
And for everyone who's pushing forward, we've seen the consequences of rushing a major planning process. The last time we moved forward without due diligence, we hired and then ultimately fired a firm and disrupted the process. So let's learn from that experience.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Linda Damashek.
Good evening. I am speaking to 2 points, both related to a rezoning contract under consideration. And I believe that should be tabled this evening and extend not to extend a contract offer currently, to give time to staff to seek additional qualified proposals to follow government and industry best practice to obtain 4 to 6 consultant bids for any contract. The City of Evanston has recent experience doing exactly this, tabling and seeking additional proposals when they only had 3 bids for the comprehensive plan consultants. Best practice should absolutely be adhered to for proper due diligence for such a huge and complex project that impacts the future of our city for the next 20 years. This is not something that should be hastily decided with incomplete information. In addition, I wanted to comment on whenever the decision is made and whichever group is selected, it's very important that a contract guarantees consultants full independence from city staff in relation to the following specifics: setting agendas, writing meeting summaries, public comment tracking, and written responses explaining whether the input changed the draft document. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Determining success metrics and determining how long public review periods will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Jack Kozar, followed by Emily Nash, and then followed by Michael Lohr. So Jack Kozar. Okay, then next is Emily Nash.
She's not here.
She's not here. Michael Lohr. Michael Lohr.
I'm here. I'm trying to get my unmute off. Just a couple of things. First off, I'd like to just express my support for the referendum. I haven't heard that discussed at all tonight. I haven't been in here much of the all of the conversation, but the referendum on commercial activities at Northwestern facilities, I really support putting that before the voters. I think it's long overdue. A lot of the comments I would make, my primary comments are on the zoning proposal, have already been said. I do think we should seek additional input. I mean, I get these emails from the city of Evanston all the time about how some magazine or newspaper rates them in the top 10 of this or that. And yet I can't believe we have, one serious proposal and one other proposal. So I really do think something is missing in the solicitation of additional proposals. I do ask that staff play a much lesser role in the evaluation of this proposal. Let the proposal stand on its own and let us hear from the proposal. These are the experts, right? The staff generalists, generally speaking. So we want to hear from the experts. And if we do get a proposal from whatever firm is selected, I think it should be presented to the community as a whole, to council, where we can all participate and hear it ourselves and do our own evaluation and comment to our council members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, I believe that Jack Kozar is here in the room or online? I think Jack. Jack, can you unmute? Okay, he was there. Okay. All right, so now we'll move to the next 3 speakers, Mary Rosinski, followed by Tricia Connolly, followed by Joseph Capriel. So next, Mary Rosinski.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm asking that City Council table resolution 136R26 and use the same RFP, but hopefully get more respondents, because I think that just having one respondent, it is just not good for a city our size. I would hope you listen very carefully to what Mr. Smith said. He does a lot of research, and I've done research, and it seems like most cities our size would have 4 to 6, 4 to 7 respondents to choose from. Not that code isn't good or that McKenna isn't good, but when you only have one thing to look at, you don't know how you're going to be comparing it. I'm a little concerned in some of the comments to say we have to do this really fast, but this is not about going really fast. This is about a code that's going to impact every neighborhood, business district, every development, every residential in property in Evanston for decades. It's our future. We need to take the time it takes to have it. It's like you can't make a baby in less than 9 months and expect that it's going to be healthy. You can have premature babies. We all know that, and they can be healthy. But we have to let things take the time they take and let the consultants do it. So someone suggested using previous staff input. Previous staff input was faulty. I mean, there was nothing in the responses, and I downloaded like 1,800 of them that said we need more density. I think we need a very fair, objective. Let's make Evanston better. We don't need 15,000 new people here. I don't recall that was necessary.
If you could finish your sentence.
Okay, thank you. I'm done. I just hope you take.
Next, we have Tricia Connolly.
Hello, Tricia Connolly, 2nd Ward. I'm here tonight to speak to item P3. By the way, the City Council meeting today is posted as 3:15 p.m. on the agenda. When I saw this, I thought maybe the time had changed due to the storms. Regarding P3, I was shocked to see the rules suspended regarding this item to allow not only discussion, but a vote regarding putting an Amazon warehouse in Evanston. Why wasn't Amazon listed under the agenda item? It is not made clear until one looks at the attached documents. This is concerning. Why the rush? It would be my hope that Council would reconsider this for a vote tonight, since there are few issues at hand. Since we've had a major storm today where impacts have included people losing power and some experiencing trees falling and causing damage, I'd imagine that commenting at City Council tonight is not their utmost priority. Also, our city needs to do the homework on Amazon warehouses. For a city that prides itself as a union town with a responsible bidders ordinance on the books, this company could not be further from aligning with those values. It is not an exaggeration to say that Amazon is anti-union, has one of the highest, if not the highest, injury rates in their warehouses. They even beat Walmart on that one.
Thank you. If you could
and
finish
monitors their employees every move, every minute. That's the price we'll also pay when people need something delivered in 30 minutes. Please hold off on voting on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joseph Capriel. Joseph? No. Okay. After Joseph, we have Steve Test.
Yes. Hi, Steve Test, 1135 Hinman Avenue. First, it's outrageous that this zoning consultant proposal was just widely available to the resident barely a week ago, and you're voting on it now. If somebody more cynical and cranky than I might say, have you guys not learned anything? You've been rushing. The Envision Evanston 2045 was rushed. Fortunately, we were able to slow it down, but it boggles the mind that that you've only allowed this amount of time. Second, there definitely ought to be more proposals. It's amazing that you can't spend some time to go and make sure that there aren't more firms that are willing to respond to the RFP. Third, if Code Studio is the one that's chosen, and among the two that you got, Code Studio is clearly far superior. But faint praise, McKenna is not really qualified. But if Code Studio is indeed, after the end of a long process, chosen, they should not be hamstrung by shortening community engagement. You should definitely have them do the modeling work to allow people to really see what the zoning impact is going to be. Don't undercut a firm that has good ideas just to save a few $10,000, $20,000. It would be silly.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, and next we have Shamir Shavan? Sorry, Shamir.
Hello.
Shamir Shavanis. Sorry about
yes,
the pronunciation.
No problem. Good evening, council members, Clerk Mendoza, and city staff. My name is Sreemar Shavanis, Associate Director of Advocacy at Connections. I submitted more detailed written comments this evening, but I wanted to highlight one key point. We urge you to keep this process moving by selecting a zoning consultant tonight. You know, for years, Evanston has done the hard work through the comp plan, the strategic housing plan, and this council, the community has already established a clear vision. The consultant's job now is to essentially implement that. And so there are two strong proposals before you tonight. We encourage you to select the team you believe is best positioned to deliver a thoughtful, efficient zoning rewrite that advances the goals you've already adopted. And let's not delay housing solutions. Evanston has a roadmap. Now's the time to put it into action. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment, unless there's anybody else who would like to speak. Okay. With that, we'll now move to the consent agenda. So I'll ask the chair of APW, Jonathan Newsman, if you would please read through the items for APW.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we have item A1, Resolution 180R26, approval of the City of Evanston payroll bills list and credit card. We have item A2, Resolution 181R26, approval of the BMO Harris Amazon credit card activity in the amount of $9,745.94. We have item A3, Resolution 137R26, approval of the replacement of 72 boiler tubes at the Municipal Service Center. We have item A4, Resolution 141R26, approving Levy Premium Food Service Limited Partnerships Class N3 University Entertainment Venue Large liquor license for Ryan Field. We have item.
Can you pull that, please?
We are pulling item A4.
We pull A2 as well.
We are pulling item A2 and A4. We have item A5, Resolution 142R26, approving the Best of Chicago and Evanston LLC's Class C restaurant liquor license for Northwestern Club Banquet Hall.
Pull that one too, please.
Pulling item A5. We have then item A6, Resolution 143R26, approving Best of Chicago and Evanston LLC's Class C restaurant liquor license for Field Club Banquet Hall.
That one too.
Pulling item A6. Item A7, Resolution 144R26, approving Best of Chicago and Evanston LLC's Class C restaurant liquor license for East Club Banquet Hall.
That one too, please.
And item A7. Moving on with item A8, Resolution 159R26, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Capital Cement Company for the 2026 CDBG sidewalk improvements and gap infills.
I'll pull that one.
Item A8. Item A9, Resolution 160R26, approval of annual membership dues to the Northwest Municipal Conference for 2026 and 27. We have item A10, Resolution 161R26, approval to purchase fuel from Al Warren Oil Company for 1 year. We have item A11, Resolution 162R26, approval of single source 1-year renewal of Laserfiche document management software licensing and support with MCCI LLC. We have item A12, Resolution 163R26, approval of change order number 2 with Invoice Cloud for the software as a service, electronic bill presentation, presentment, and payment platform. We have item A13, Resolution 164R26, approval of change order number 1, fiscal year 2026, estimated annual user charge with the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago for disposal of sludge generated as part of the water treatment process. We have item A14, Resolution 165, R26, approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Evanston and the Village of Wilmette to update the 2004 drinking water interconnection study.
I'll pull that one.
Pulling item A14. Moving on with item A15, Resolution 166, R26, approval of the replacement of 270 boiler tubes at the Evanston Police and Fire Headquarters Building. Next is A16, Resolution 167, R26, approval of change order number 6 to the agreement with CDM Smith Incorporated for the corrosion control study. Item A17, Resolution 169, R26, approval of the Foster School grand opening event. Item A18, Resolution 170, R26, approval of single-source purchase orders for specialty door repair and replacement services with selected companies. Thank you. Item A19, Resolution 171, R26, approving the reallocation of up to $2.5 million of ARPA funds from the McGaw YMCA activity to the Affordable Housing Construction and Acquisition activity. We have item A20, Resolution 172, R26, approval of a single source contract with Learn Spanish LLC for program and camp facilitation. We have item R21, Resolution 173, R26, approval of single source 1-year renewal of Cisco SmartNet support from CDW.
Pull that one, please.
Pulling A21. I believe we are also then pulling A22.
Yes, please.
Which is Resolution 174, R26, approval of a single source 1-year renewal of VMware Broadcom licensing and support with CDW government. Pulling that one. Item A23, Resolution 176, R26, authorizing the city manager to execute a partnership agreement with Kaboom Incorporated to renovate the playground at Clyde Brummel Park. Item A24, Resolution 177, R26, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a purchase agreement with Landscape Structures Incorporated to purchase the playground equipment for Clyde Brummel Park through the cooperative purchasing process.
I would ask A23 and 24 be pulled, please.
A23 and A24 have been removed. A25, Resolution 178, R26, approval of a contract with Raindrop Products, LLC for the purchase of splash pad equipment for the 2026 James Park Playground and Pathway Improvements Project. Item A26, Ordinance 53, R26, amending the City of Evanston City Code 10-4-5-2, parking restrictions in residential districts to add a prohibition on the sale, unauthorized transfer, or advertising of one-day visitor parking permits and spaces.
I would ask that be pulled, please.
Item A26 is pulled. That brings us to the end of ANPW. So just reviewing the items which have been removed from consent, I have A2, A4, A5, A6, A7, A8, A14, A21, 22, 23, 24, and 26.
Great, thank you. Now for the Planning and Development Committee, I'll read those. Yes, okay. So P1, Resolution 136R26, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Code Studio for the zoning update.
Please pull.
That's been pulled. Item P2, ordinance approving an amendment to the Three Crowns Park Plan Development and Special Use at 2323 McDaniel Avenue, 2400 Colfax Place, and 2320 Pioneer Road in the R4 General Residential District. I'll pull that as that's been amended. Oops, P2. Item P3, Ordinance 55-0-26, granting a special use permit for a wholesale goods establishment at 2312 Main Street in the C1 Commercial District. And I will pull that one. Item P4, Ordinance 56026, approving a text amendment related to temporary uses.
I would like to pull that one, please.
Okay, and P4 has been pulled. So all of these have been pulled for discussion. Pulled. Okay, who's chairing HCDC?
It should be Councilmember Burns, who's not in the room.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead, Councilmember Rogers?
I'll move item HCDC 1, Resolution 135R26, approval of $200,000 of home investment partnership funding for the tenant-based rental assistance program.
Thank you. And would you continue with Human Services? I'm sorry, pardon me.
Excuse me. HS1, Ordinance 34026, adding Title 3, Chapter 36 to the City Code concerning the regulation of electronic product promotion sweepstakes kiosks. Pull HS.
I will, oh, you pulled HS1? Okay. And HS2?
HS2, Ordinance 47026, enacting a new subsection 95810 of the Evanston City Code prohibiting electronic product promotion sweepstake kiosks.
I'd pull that one.
Okay, that's been pulled. So both HS1 and HS2 were pulled. And now for Economic Development, Resolution 182R26, approving of funding for Chicago's North Shore Convention Visitors Bureau. Okay. Okay, with that, if someone would please move the consent agenda minus items A2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 14, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, and items P1, 2, 3, 4, and items HS1 and HS2.
Before we do that, we need to add M1, the meeting minutes.
Oh.
From our M1 approval of the minutes from the regular council
Thank
meeting
you.
as of July 13th, 2026.
Okay, and adding M1. It's not pulled, but I mean, it's including M1. Somebody want to move the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I'll move the consent agenda minus items M1, minus items M1.
Well, you don't have to. You just want to make sure we noted
Okay.
M1.
All the items you read plus M1, so moved.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded.
I'm clarifying, you are not removing M1 from the agenda, correct?
Correct.
It's just passing. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Wait, at
We're not-
Councilmember Rogers' suggestion, we are removing M1 from.
No, we just forgot to read
We
it.
had forgotten to read it into the consent agenda items.
Thank you. I do not intend to remove item M1.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Oh, okay, then we are removing M1. Okay.
You know,
For the record, I wasn't here.
thank you, Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Suffredin? Aye. Councilmember Davis? Aye. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Geracaris, are you still online? Yes, thank you.
He's got his hand up.
What was that?
Councilmember Geracaris, was that an aye? Okay. Well, I'm going to take that as an aye. Or maybe an abstention.
Should we be doing a wellness check on?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, all right, so that's the consent agenda has been approved, minus those items. Councilmember So Councilmember Newsma, would you now please move item A2?
Are we going to do special order of business
I'm
first?
sorry. We are going to do special order of business first. Yes, thank you. Okay, and then we'll continue on with the other items. Okay, would somebody please move Resolution 157R26, Special Order of Business 1?
I will move it.
It's been moved. Will somebody please second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Councilmember Rogers. Discussion. Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, so I just wanted to explain a little bit about the question and then also a little bit about the background. So the first is that this is an advisory question, so it's non-binding. It's essentially to get feedback from the community. Advisory questions are somewhat technical in that we have to make sure that they are phrased a certain way so that they are not struck down by the courts and also I think it can also be struck down by the electoral boards as well. So we want to make sure that the language is specific. And so I did have this language cleared by Alex beforehand. I did ask Alex if she wanted to say anything about like what that's like, but if you think that it's enough to just say that, it's fine.
Yeah, I think that's plenty. The courts have just said that the language should be unambiguous. It has to be a yes or no question and have a neutral tone.
Yeah. So like Alex mentioned, the tone is very specific. So I will say that I'm very reticent for us to do any significant modification of the question here in the dais. This is a special order of business because we do have to submit this by August 17th in order to get it on the November ballot. Additionally, I did want to break down the question because I know it's a long one. So I've gotten some concerns from people who are a bit confused about like what the background is here. So essentially, as I have let my colleagues know, we have a number of nonprofits in Evanston that are required to pay property taxes when they're engaging in activity that is not considered under the nonprofit exemption. So for example, the University of Chicago pays $2.6 million in property taxes per year, and that is what the finance department let me know. Based on my own research, which was not disagreed with, the hospital is paying at least $600,000 because the emergency room is exempt, but the doctor's offices are not. So many large nonprofits and similarly situated organizations are paying property taxes in these situations. The purpose of this is because we have a large organization here in Evanston that is exempt from property taxes because of the state charter exemption. So Northwestern is not paying taxes in situations when every other nonprofit in Evanston is required to pay taxes. And so this is different from previous pilot conversations because you could have an argument as to whether or not it's fair to expect Northwestern to pay more money or to be taxed as a for-profit entity. But what we're really looking for is for them to be taxed as a nonprofit entity, which is what they are. So we're not asking for much more than what really every other university does pay the municipalities that they're in. So, but the issue here is that, of course, we cannot compel Northwestern to pay anything. And so what we have in the language here is a request to either, for them to either willingly make a payment in lieu of taxes, or they will face higher scrutiny from the city council when they come to us with for-profit activity that would otherwise be taxed. And the idea here is that if they are not going to pay property taxes the way that all of the other businesses and nonprofits do, then we should think twice, and it should be a little bit harder for them to do whatever endeavor they have coming through. And so that is why you see the 3/4 language. That's why you see the for-profit language, or actually I might say commercial activity. Commercial activity language. And that's also why we're specifying the legislative charter. I'll mention that the legislative charter issue does cut both ways. Yes, it is specific to Northwestern, but that is because Northwestern is the only one being granted this unreasonable privilege amongst all the other nonprofits in our community. So that is the explanation I wanted to give regarding the question and the format of it. I'll also state that you know, what this originally came from community members in my ward who told me that they wanted to see this and they wanted an understanding that this is something that would be a benefit to the entire community. And I think that's it. So if anyone has any questions for me, let me know, but that's it for my time.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns?
I mentioned this to Councilmember Davis already. I'm going to assume that 99% of my ward will vote yes on this. I don't need a referendum for it. I don't think for me and the ward that I represent it's necessary. I'm just going to assume 99% will say yes. And so as I mentioned to Councilmember Davis, what I think is a better use of our time is just like discuss the idea. You know, the first obvious question is it legally implementable? How does it change the nature of our relationship with Northwestern? If it does change, how does that affect future good neighbor? Let's just have the discussion. So I'm voting no just because of that. I'm going to assume that my constituents would overwhelmingly support this. And so now the matter is, like, is it worth doing it? How can we do it? And as I said, how does it impact, if at all, our relationship with Northwestern?
Thank you. Councilmember Newsma?
I am pretty much in line with Councilmember Burns. I don't know what the results would be in the fourth ward, maybe not 99%, but I assume it would pass by a wide margin. I don't regard a non-binding referendum as advancing the ball in any way, shape, or form in solving a problem. You know, if that problem is, Northwestern isn't paying us enough. What would advance the ball is an actual ordinance if it were legal. What also advances the ball is the community benefits package that we currently have in place that was negotiated as part of the stadium approval. And just to refresh everybody's memory as to the numbers in that proposal, if there's no inflation, Northwestern is paying $157.5 million over the next 15 to 17 years. With inflation up to 3%, some of those line items escalate, and the number becomes $175,426,471 paid to the city and community and other stakeholders in Evanston. That includes $2 million a year to ETHS. That's been happening already. It includes $500,000 a year starting this year, since the stadium will be opening, and to the combined school districts up to $39 million over the life of the community benefits agreement. So I don't think this referendum does much to solve a problem other than raising some blood pressure. And I would rather work collaboratively to lower the blood pressure. And I also think we need to be smart about when we choose to challenge Northwestern University, as we have been. I think we challenged Northwestern when they came to us to approve the stadium, and we were able to get more than I thought we were going to get from the community benefits package. We challenged Northwestern, and over their objection, passed the Healthy Buildings Ordinance last council. So I just want to be smart about how we choose our engagements with Northwestern, and I don't think this referendum is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. With nobody looking to speak a first time, we go back to Councilmember Davis.
So I think that if this had so much support, like this idea, then it would have been done 4 years ago before I got on council. 2 years ago when Councilmember Kelly was working on trying to get pilot through. And I have heard on a couple of occasions that Northwestern is a little bit more willing to discuss now, but I think they're willing to discuss it because it's become a public issue again. And they're feeling a little bit more pressure, and that they think that this proposal is more likely to go through than previous discussions have been. But I think that this idea that like we're kind of unanimous on it, if we're I've seen us make decisions on things we're unanimous about, and it's gone through much quicker. I also think that this is an important issue for public education, and I think that this is a situation for public education, and that's critical because, as I've mentioned before, I think a lot of people do not understand exactly how property taxes work and the discrepancy or the benefit that Northwestern is getting over the other nonprofits. And I think that by putting this public advisory question on the ballot, we are encouraging people to have these discussions and bring up this conversation as it's happening right now. You're saying that you're up for an ordinance. I didn't hear you say that before this referendum question came about. So you're up for it now because it's a topic, because this has inspired you to think about it a little bit more and to push forward. Without this, it wouldn't have happened. And I think that diffuses throughout the entire community. Because again, and I say this very strongly, no one has come to me telling me that they wanted to see pilot for Northwestern. And when I've talked to every council member, most of the council members here, a lot of the council members here, were unaware of how much of a privilege that Northwestern was getting over the other nonprofits. So I don't think that we have been having serious conversations or discussions regarding this topic. And I'll also say, I want to clarify that the way that this language is written is that it's purely future facing. We're not doing anything to rewrite history in the past. What happened with Ryan Field, it is done. You're right. We do have our public benefits agreement. But what we do need to do is be proactive about future projects, because there will be more future projects. And I don't feel very confident that we are anchoring ourselves properly, partially because of Councilmember Newsom's comment where he told me, he just said that we got more than he was expecting. It shouldn't be a surprise what we expect to get. We should already have a base standard, and that's what this is about. Having a base standard when an organization is doing something slightly out of character, or that may not be to the full benefit of the community, especially when we talk about competition in a capitalist economy. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris for the first time.
Thank you. So when we talked about this, it did not have the, excuse me, legislative piece, the charter, when we talked about the nonprofits. Because I wanted, if we're going to do it, then we do it all. I'm not picking the quarter over the nickel. If I'm charging everybody, I'm charging everybody, and I don't want to be selective. And well, Northwestern has the biggest pot. If we're going to take from the pots, I want to take from all of the pots. We have a number of non-profits that are providing commercial use and not being charged appropriately. And again, if I'm going to charge or ask for compensation, I've been really clear I want that across the board, because I do have some of those issues in my ward that I am concerned about privilege. Not to the magnitude of Northwestern, by no means. I'm not trying to compare those two. But if I'm going to do it, I want to do it across the board. So at this time, I'm no. And I think that I have a question for legal, if legal can answer. Would this be binding? Could we go to court if Evanston decided to do this? Does this supersede the charter?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Harris. Good evening, Alex Ruggie, Corporation Counsel. So no, the charter's been challenged in court a few times throughout the years, and it's been upheld by the Illinois Supreme Court and the United States Supreme Court that municipalities have no way to charge taxes. And I think that's what Councilmember Davis said earlier, is that, we can't institute property taxes against them. And it is a legislative charter that only Northwestern has. No other not-for-profit has anything like this. University of Illinois, other universities in Illinois, they don't have charters similar to this. Northwestern was the first of its and only of its kind. Can we increase the vote threshold if they don't agree to pay taxes? I think that's a different question that I don't know that I'm prepared to answer the legality on. But we can always increase the vote threshold of something, but I don't know if we can predicate it on charging a fee. So that's where we are.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Burns. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Rogers for the first time.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, I work for a church, which is a not-for-profit in the state of Illinois. And if we rent out space in our rectory for commercial purposes, we are expected to pay prorate that amount for the property taxes on our tax bill. We would actually be paying property taxes for the first time. Plus, any income that we generate is unrelated business income, which is taxable as well. So as a not-for-profit, this does apply to other not-for-profits as well. This isn't a special thing where someone is attacking Northwestern. Northwestern is the anomaly here, not the norm. And if there are people in the second ward who are not doing that, they are evading the law. So just wanted to make that clear.
Councilmember Burns.
Speaking for myself, I think the reason why this has not come up before is because you might be the first person that came up with a way to tax Northwestern without taxing them by doing it in this other way. And, I'm not going to get into whether I agree with it or not. Again, I think I talked about what questions I would have, but I think that's a credit to you. Like, that's why the referrals process exists. That's why this deliberative body exists. That's why it's 9 of us and not 1. It's like, if you have an idea distinct from your colleagues, like, you can make a referral. And I guess that's my point, is that we would do a referendum. It would likely receive overwhelming support just to make a referral, to have a discussion that we can just have now. Like, let's just make the referral to do this exact same thing you're saying. And again, the first question I would have is it legally implementable? Which, because I talked to Council Ruggie about this beforehand, I think is a gray area right now. I think she has an answer to that. I think initially, I believe our law department thought that this was requiring a property tax payment, which is not. It's different. And so that's what I'm saying certainly to Fifth Ward residents, if y'all are listening. I'm saying I already know overwhelmingly y'all are going to support this. And so we don't need to waste several months, however long this would take, to get a yes vote for Councilmember Davis or whoever is interested to make a referral for us to consider this exact question. Once it's referred, the referrals committee, which met earlier this evening, will then place it on the agenda. They control what the venue where the matter is discussed. And then from that committee, it'll be discussed there, and then it'll go to council. That's a much faster route. If you are interested in this happening, that's a much faster route than going through a referendum process just to end right back up with somebody needing to make a referral. And so again, that's where I'm at. While we discuss it, we understand if it's, legally implementable. As I said the last time, there are other things that I think any responsible elected official for the city of Evanston also needs to consider. I will certainly, try my best to do that at that time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I would just like to address Councilmember Rogers' illustration of his place of employment, which is a nonprofit entity. That nonprofit entity, as far as I know, does not have a state charter. The language of the state charter regarding Northwestern and regarding property taxes reads as follows. This is from the First Amendment to an act to amend an act entitled An Act to Incorporate the Northwestern University, approved on January 28th of 1851. From that document, Section 4 reads as follows, that all property of whatever kind or description belonging to or owned by said corporation shall be forever free from taxation for any and all purposes. That's pretty clear in state language. I don't like it. Evanston doesn't like it. That's been a huge problem for Evanston, every year since 1851, I suppose. But that is the law of the land. And Council Ruggie is suggesting there's gray area in this interpretation. I will submit the gray area exists because of the language I just read. And when gray area exists, that is a recipe for litigation. So I can imagine if we passed an ordinance that the referendum is suggesting we pass, that Northwestern would not go along with it with a smiling face and a fat checkbook, but they would fight us in court. That would cost money, and that is maybe a conversation we could have, but we don't need the referendum to have that conversation, which is the point that Councilmember Burns has been trying to make. So, again, I think a no vote on this referendum is prudent. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councilmember Isles for the first time, and then Councilmember Suffredin.
So I have a few concerns with the way it's worded. I am concerned about it being enforceable because it's linked to property taxes. I also take Councilmember Burns' point that it's not really meaningful guidance from the referendum because we do all know that I'd be surprised if we didn't get at least 80% agreeing with it. I think there are other ways to approach it. I think there are referrals you could put in to talk about things like amusement tax, things like that don't go straight at property tax. I think there's different ways to do that because I'm sure everybody on the dais has heard from constituents that don't think that Northwestern is paying its fair share. I'm also concerned that this targets the stars. It feels like it's timing-wise that I don't think you necessarily intend it to be specific to the stars, but I think that they are the most obvious example that's out there right now. And when I was getting correspondence from citizens about the stars, there was a misperception. The people that there was an overwhelming number, I think, in Evanston that thought the stars was a good idea, that it was something that would benefit our community, bring some revenue to our community. It's a wholesome thing that families can go to. But the people that lived in your ward that were close to the stadium were pretty angry that Northwestern's going to make money off of this. And I think that's a misperception. I don't think there is any money to be made. I think Northwestern was willing to sign a lease with the Stars that essentially covered their expenses, but wasn't something that was going to be a profit-making thing for them. I don't think the Stars themselves make much money just based on the unfortunate situation with women's sports. I don't think it's a money-making proposition. So I'm worried that something like this could scare off something like the Stars and make it less likely that'll happen. I also think 3/4 is too high. I'd be more comfortable with 2/3. But that's some of my concerns that I have with this.
Thank you. Councilmember Suffredin.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of things that have been said, but as a practical matter, in a body of 9, what is the difference between 3/4 and 2/3? It's the same amount of votes?
No,
There's a
6 votes could get you through.
But
or
what's
7
3/4
votes.
of
3/4
9?
is 7. It's 6 or 7.
Yeah, okay.
So 2 council members could block it.
Yeah, I don't want to get too deep into the fractions. I will say, I think the fact that this is non-binding and that it's polite to just directly ask the residents we represent what they think on something like this. I understand the point that Councilmember Burns made, but I think non-binding resolution with a clear question, I don't know what the harm is in directly asking residents to vote we're not going to do polling on it or, with the market research that other entities do. This is the purest snapshot we would get about what the community thinks is by asking them directly at election time. So for that reason, I don't see the harm in this. I can understand why entities wouldn't like it, but It's just asking a question of the people that we represent. I don't see how that's a bad idea.
Thank you. I'd like to just make a comment for the first time. Very clearly, this is an advisory referendum and it's not an implementing ordinance, to be clear. And I think, and contrary to what you said, Jonathan, I think this actually brings relief, a sigh of relief to many residents to see that it's being addressed. And, hat tip to Councilmember Davis for moving forward on this. I think it actually is comforting to many people to see us acknowledging the situation. Again, this is not an implementing ordinance, but really what it does is it creates a framework for future council decisions. So that we have something to weigh these decisions when something's coming to us and requires legislative action. So it's about promoting fairness. We have plenty of businesses operating that pay dearly for services. And it's about giving our residents, providing a voice to our voters and encouraging transparency. So, I think Northwestern, I agree with Councilmember Davis. I think it will, by moving forward on this will provide for more robust and meaningful dialogue with Northwestern. And I think this is our responsibility to move forward so that we can bring these conversations to the table. And again, bring that framework to the table when we're making decisions. It's only on those decisions. It's when they're asking for approval for some variance or other. So thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that this is not binding. This is an advisory question. With regards to targeting the stars didn't have to go, this would only be for things that require a city council vote. The stars didn't have to do a city council vote to get their permit. So if they did the same thing again, it would be the same process, and so it wouldn't trigger that threshold. This is really just for anything that comes to city council. So the big changes, the big stuff that's happening. So it wouldn't impact anything they're doing. They already have approved for sure, but any other future uses they have at Martin Field. And I guess my question for Councilmember Isles is, would you vote for it if we changed it to 2/3?
I wouldn't, because I think we should just jump straight to the things we can do. And
So
the harm is if we can't deliver. Like if we get people's hopes up and we can't deliver, which I think we can't.
So did you vote in favor of ranked choice voting?
I would vote in favor of ranked choice voting.
Okay. So are you saying that you would co-refer to put this in as a referral, like this, exploring this idea, this
Not
question?
this exact language, but I do think there's an idea there where I think we all agree that it would be nice if we could get Northwestern.
So what's wrong with this language? Because I thought the idea was that this language would get full community support, but now you're saying that there's not full
The problem is that the language refers to property taxes, which I think is the wrong thing to go after. I think it would be better if we went after something like amusement tax.
But the injustice here is that they're not paying property taxes in a situation when all the other nonprofits are. That's our anchoring argument, and also where we're basing
But we can't
things
enforce
on.
that.
So we're not forcing, but the idea is that if we make it a decision that they might be more willing to make, or a more interesting decision to make, then we can go one of two ways. And I think that also the way that this is basically written is such that we're anchoring a price point. We're anchoring an amount that we're kind of expecting. It's true, we cannot require them to pay property taxes, but what we can say is you can either do the payment in lieu of taxes or do this other thing that makes things a little bit harder for you. And those are your two choices. And that's the gambit that they have to decide between. So I guess I'm just confused because I got a lot of council members here saying that they would support a referral, but they won't support this referral. So you don't like my idea, but you don't have your own ideas. Is that kind of what's happening here?
No, I think what I said was that
You'll support
I
the
don't
language
think
as
a non-binding referendum is necessary. We can go straight to a negotiation with Northwestern for however we want to word it. But I don't think a non-binding referendum is necessary to do that. We can just jump straight to that step.
I'm done.
Councilmember Burns?
I would support a referral with your exact language, because just like other referrals, once we start getting information in from our corporation counsel, it's going to take on a new life. We may go in new directions that we didn't think of, but I'm happy to support this.
Okay, thank you.
No other comments, questions? Then, okay, would the clerk please take the roll on item SP1?
Councilmember Suffredin? Yes. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Geracaris?
Oh, he's abstaining.
Oh, he still has to say abstain.
I think he has to abstain. Maybe he stepped out to abstain?
Okay,
Okay.
he's not a part of discussion. Okay. Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
So that's four,
Four,
a
four.
tie. 4-4,
I assume he has to recuse himself.
so the motion fails. Okay. All right, moving to the next item. Jonathan, would you please move item A?
We are now moving into the items removed from consent agenda, beginning with item A2, Resolution 181R26, approval of BMO Harris Amazon credit card activity in the amount of $9,745.94.
Second.
Okay. Will you take the roll? No discussion?
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Geracaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Okay, that it has been approved with a vote of 8, with 1 abstaining. Will you now move item A4, Councilmember Nusma? A4, I'm sorry. A4 through A7, okay?
Good idea. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I will move items A4 through A7, which is Resolution 141R26, 142R26, 143R26, and 144R26, all approving liquor licenses for Northwestern related facilities.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Nusma and seconded by Councilmember Rogers. Any discussion? No? Okay. Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Geracaris is abstaining. Councilmember Kelly?
I abstain.
Aye.
Councilmember
Oh,
Harris?
wait, is this for A4?
This is a, yes, 4 through 7. Wait just a moment.
Well, I
change
think
it?
I
it's too late.
could finish the roll, and if someone wants
Okay.
to recall it, they can. So Councilmember Harris?
Oh, okay, I'd like to
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
my vote to no.
Councilmember Nusma, you're changing your vote. to
Aye.
no. Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
And then Councilmember Davis again? You're abstaining, or no?
So this is going to be a no, but now I have to make a motion to
Reconsider.
reconsider. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion to reconsider.
I'll second.
Yeah,
She was giving you a chance.
Are we going to do all of those, 4 through 7? Yeah?
Okay. Aye.
And then you,
So the thing is, while the vote is open, sorry, until the chair has announced the tally of the vote is still open and a member can change their vote.
yeah, you can change your vote.
So you
No, but actually, I wanted to request that we
For
hold.
discussion. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but it's too late for that, isn't it?
So we're,
So there's been a motion to
now you're
reconsider.
doing a motion to reconsider.
Correct.
If I
And
do
she-
a motion to
she
reconsider,
was on
then
the
I
prevailing
can
side.
hold, right?
Yes.
Right, if you
Yeah.
win if you get a majority vote to reconsider, and I'll second the vote to reconsider.
Yes.
Yes, so
The motion is passed. Councilmember Perriell has made a motion to reconsider.
correct. I'm sorry, it passed with a vote of 8-0 with one abstention.
So I wanted to hold this because I've gotten a couple of complaints from residents concerned.
You have to make your motion to reconsider, and we
I
have to
already-
vote on that.
I did, and I thought Councilmember Kelly
Councilmember
seconded, and now we're
Kelly
doing
seconded.
discussion.
Discussion about
If
reconsidering?
allow a vote to reconsider has to happen,
Before we can do the
and
discussion.
then we can bring it forward again for further discussion.
Oh, okay.
Is it debatable, the vote to reconsider?
Yes.
Oh, it is. To reconsider is debatable. Okay.
Yeah. So I got, in the memorandum of understanding, not the memorandum of understanding, in the liquor license, we're restricting alcohol sales 30 minutes before end, but we want to, there are residents who are concerned about that timing and maybe extending it to an hour. I've gotten a good number of concerns about it. And I wanted to investigate how late that would push our liquor sales compared to other businesses in the area and other licenses to see like how fair that is and everything else. So I just need until next council meeting to look into it, and I think I'd be ready to vote then, and we might make a slight modification in the meantime.
Okay, so if there's no more discussion, okay, Councilmember Isles.
Yeah.
This is on the vote to reconsider right now.
I'm hoping Councilmember Davis knows the answer to this. Are these liquor licenses for the stadium?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Burns?
I'm not clear still. Can you explain that again?
So these are liquor licenses for the stadium.
All of
These are
these.
liquor licenses for the stadium. I've received complaints and concerns right when this came up on agenda that we might want to extend the time in which they cut off alcohol to be an hour instead of 30 minutes, and also to see what it looks like compared to the end time of events and concerts and games at Ryan Field compared to other businesses in the area, to see how that matches up with how late they're selling alcohol compared to other businesses. So I need a little bit of time to discuss with residents and to look into that. And so I'm asking for a hold until next meeting.
So there's residents who want them to be able to sell liquor longer at the stadium? Is that?
No, the cutoff would be longer. So basically, like, it shorten the time. So instead of them being able to get a drink 30 minutes before
Yeah.
they have to leave, they want it to be an hour because their concern is that if you're still getting a drink
I see. Okay.
30 minutes before you leave, you're driving in a car, possibly like toxic.
Do we know if the ordinance that approved the stadium everything, was there language in there that spoke to this? I don't want to.
Yeah, so thank you, Councilmember Burns. There is language about the sale of liquor in the MOU. I can pull that up if you hold them 1 second.
Yeah, because I just want to make sure we're not violating anything in the agreement or trying to change something that was already codified in the agreement.
I mean, maybe not, I suppose maybe not if you're not selling, you're not actually dispensing and selling.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Sorry, so our next meeting is September. Okay, August 17th, and this
August
stadium
24th.
is open in November. I mean, I don't know. I know Brian George isn't here. Doesn't appear to be anyone from Northwestern. Is there a time piece why this would have to happen today, or is? Oh, hey, stealth.
Good evening. My name is Zubin Kamula. I'm counsel for the applicants on these applications. The ordinance for the N3 license does have specific language in it regarding the 30-minute cutoff. And my understanding is that the ordinance is consistent with the MOU, which was previously negotiated. So to answer your question, it's in the ordinance.
Okay. I don't know if that was my question.
Oh, okay. I think that was Councilmember.
That was my question.
I have a different question.
Yeah, sorry. My question. Hold on. Let me do my question though. Again, would approval in September, or I'm sorry, August 17th create a problem for a November stadium?
We're
opening?
on a very tight schedule. It would. Opening the inaugural game is October 2nd. So to get all our ducks in a row for licensing, we also have to go get a state state liquor license or state liquor licenses for each of the corresponding city licenses. And to do all of that requires time.
Okay.
And so we're already cutting it close by being here today.
Okay. Thank you. That's my question.
Okay, Councilmember Harris.
Let somebody else go. I'm checking something. Sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, if you want to.
Sure. So the MOU talks about the requirements that Northwestern would have to follow, and it includes reviewing customers' identification for compliance with age limits, limiting the number of alcoholic drinks that any individual may purchase, and stopping general admission alcohol service in accordance with best practices for football games and concerts. So I believe when the liquor license was applied for, they looked at other football stadiums and concerts and followed best practices with a 30-minute cutoff. And I will just say, just for everyone's edification, you have to obtain a city liquor license before you can even apply for the state one. So I think that is what the timing is, but just for your knowledge.
Timing, I understand. I guess my question is, is there anything in the approval ordinance for the concert stadium that would prevent us from changing this time, doing what Councilmember Davis wants to do without going back and amending the ordinance? Doesn't seem like it from what you just said.
No, there's nothing there. The MOU just says that, the city won't unreasonably withhold a license. So I think changing from half hour to hour is not unreasonable, but.
Yes.
So the MOU was negotiated with the express understanding that the license structure at the stadium would match with existing license structures here in Cook County. So the applicant, Levy Premium Food Service, also does the concessions at Wrigley Field, US Cell, Soldier Field, and the United Center, and so as well as stadiums across the country. And that restriction in the ordinance is there as a result of the negotiations that were had on the MOU.
The problem is all you're saying that made it in there is just says best practices, which it doesn't even say whose best practices, right? Like there's not enough. It doesn't seem like there's enough direction in there. So anyway, sorry. So second thing is, unless you have a quick response to that, I had a follow-up question.
I would just say that the MOU was negotiated in such a way which resulted in the ordinance, and we to deviate from that at this late stage, I think is not the correct course of action.
Yeah. So to get the timing, opening day, first game is when again? You said October?
October 2nd.
And then what, you have to go to the state next? Did you say state or county?
In order to sell liquor in Illinois, Illinois is a dual licensing jurisdiction. You get a license from your local municipality, then you have to go get a license from the state of Illinois. And we cannot order any inventory until we have both licenses. And as you might imagine with a stadium, the processes that have to go into that take a considerable amount of time. If this was just a restaurant, maybe if I had an October 2nd date, I could wait till August. But with a stadium of this size, and the capacity is 35,000, you can imagine that the logistics are far more complicated.
And when is our next meeting again?
24th, I guess. I thought it was 7th.
You said August 24th? And then do you know what's the process to get this, to get the state license?
Well, we have to submit our local license, and then that takes, some time. But it's the logistics of.
Is it administratively approved at the state level? It doesn't go to the legislature isn't voting on every.
No, it doesn't go to the legislature.
License. I would hope they're not doing that. Yeah.
But I think what I'd like you to consider here is the logistics of having to get the stadium up and running. If you're taking a month off the table for us, with an October 2nd opening day, then that's a really difficult obstacle for us to overcome.
And this can be changed down the road. I mean, if we approve this today and Councilmember Davis comes back and wants to change it later, that can be done?
Yeah, you can always amend an ordinance and amend a I will specify that every year the city council approves these liquor licenses for the for Levy, who does the liquor processing for the stadium. So this is something that the council has previously approved in years past.
I also just want to say, with regard to Levy, they've got an exemplary compliance record, not just here in Chicago, but across the country. They operate stadiums for major league teams, NFL, WNBA, you name it. And my law firm has been representing Levy since they started operating. Since I've been at the firm, which has been a little over 20 years, we have not had a single instance of a compliance violation at any of their venues.
Last quick question. So would the change be effective immediately, or would it only be effective once they have to renew? You know what I mean?
You
Like
can
if we pass it today and then we make changes, would that be effective immediately, or do we have to wait? You know, I don't know how long these licenses last, but do we have to wait until they renew the license?
I mean, it would depend on how severe the change is, right? If you're rescinding a liquor license, there's a whole hearing and procedure. But if you're just amending the
No, I'm saying
timing-
amended to do
Yeah.
what Councilmember Davis is.
Yeah,
wants to look
it would
into.
be immediate, effective immediately.
Okay, all right. That's all, thank you.
And real quick, Chair, Mayor Pro Tem, we are about to hit the 10 o'clock hour.
Right.
According to our new council rules, we are supposed to end at 10 p.m. unless there's a motion to extend the
Right.
council meeting.
Should we finish this and then discuss that? Thank you for bringing some of the agenda awareness to us and the time. So I have a question I haven't spoken yet. Why is this being brought to us so down to the wire? Is that our staff or is that Northwestern? Why wasn't this brought to us earlier so that if there were any concerns?
I think part of that were the negotiations on the MOU and discussions between Northwestern and the city. But I'm not counsel for Northwestern. I represent these applicant entities, and we filed as soon as we were given the green light.
So you filed as soon as you were given the green light by the city?
Yes, that was, I want to say, sometime in May, June is when the process started.
That's when they said you could apply? Okay.
Speak to your point of information. It looks like the liquor licenses were approved at Liquor Control Review Board on June 25th.
Thank you. I just don't know if they were not brought to the Liquor Control Board earlier for some reason, so that this wouldn't be so down to the wire. It just seems like with the games planned for October, November, you'd want to get all this kind of lined up a little bit
I would just
earlier.
say that the 30-minute restriction is in the ordinance. The ordinance was passed without input from Northwestern, so we're taking the ordinance as it is. And I would just respectfully say that at this late stage, we would ask that you move forward today. If we have to have further discussions on this issue, those can certainly be had. But I also want to stress that the compliance record of the applicants here is exemplary. And what we have found is when liquor sales in the stadium context are regulated versus just having, unregulated tailgates, that results in better outcomes from a public health and safety perspective.
Councilmember Harris, I'm sorry, had you not spoken the first time?
No, I have not.
I apologize.
I asked you to go to somebody else. So, had to do a little research. You guys know I love sports, have Bulls, Cubs, tickets, go to concerts. So there's a standard protocol. NFL, you have to stop selling by the third quarter. NBA, you have to stop selling by the third period. MLB by the seventh inning, and usually concerts within the last hour. So I would be amenable to the hour move this along. So I would move to accept your amendment to this, to get this moved along.
You're not moving that amendment, that we can't do that tonight.
So can we take the vote? I thought I had to get the motion for reconsideration first. The motion for reconsideration has to pass first before I can make the motion to amend.
Okay. Can we go ahead and call the vote for the motion to
Yes, I can do the
reconsider?
vote.
Okay.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Okay, so the motion to reconsider passed with a vote of 7 to 1. I don't,
Oh, sorry, 7 to 1.
7 to 1.
Councilmember,
7 to 1 with 1 abstention. Okay, now we'll move to the proposed amendment. Councilmember
To
Davis.
amend the license to be 60 minutes instead of 30.
Second.
Okay, the amended language has been moved and seconded. Councilmember Suffredin.
Sorry, I don't want to prolong this at all, but how do you do 60 minutes before the end of a football game? Isn't it just a point on the clock? I mean, would you,
are we
end
doing
of,
30?
end of third quarter, is that, I mean, I appreciate why you want there to be a bigger cushion, but for purposes of a football game, I don't think it's an hour before the end of an event. It sounds like it's a point in the game clock. Do you have any-
Yeah, it's third quarter.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot with this because
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any one of us, if we attend a game, can say we know it's going to end 30 minutes from now. I think we have to go by.
Right. I mean, like the best practices that you referenced, like, and the Councilmember Harris listed. I mean, for Soldier Field, I presume it's a point in the third quarter.
Yeah, it varies.
Okay.
It varies.
Okay.
It varies.
Does anybody have a thing to change it to? Because if we change it to an hour before the end of the event, that works for a concert, but it doesn't work for a football game.
Are you suggesting the amendment? Are you suggesting you're going to amend the ordinance now, or are you considering holding?
Yes.
yeah.
I think the ordinance says 30 minutes, though. That's
Nothing in the resolution in front of us says anything about time.
yeah.
So we can't, there's nothing to amend in the resolutions in front of us.
The ordinance, and if you look at the definition of a Class N3 license, says 30 minutes.
That would be,
Yeah.
if we want to accomplish what Councilmember Davis wants to do, that would be an amendment to an ordinance, which is not something we can do tonight.
We're saying the same
Right.
thing.
Per council rules, and
So what
We
I would
can't-
respectfully suggest is if the council wants to consider that topic, they have to do it at another time. What I'd like to do is move forward with getting these licenses issued. And, the council has the power to take this topic up anytime. You can take it up next month.
so
But
the prudent course of action, in my opinion, would be
Yeah,
to approve these licenses tonight. That doesn't preclude a future conversation, a referral to be made and coming to council at our next meeting in August to change the terms of the license ordinance, to change the hours. And your client would then be, liable for the revised ordinance without having to redo the license.
Right, and I think we'd also have an opportunity, Northwestern would have an opportunity to come and voice their opinion. My client would as well. To try and do this now sort of is difficult.
And with those parties at the table, we can answer Councilmember Suffredin's question about, what is an hour before the end of a football game? Maybe it's the end of the third quarter.
That's right. We could talk about standards at other
could figure it
venues, and we could really get into the substance of that question.
Councilmember Davis.
I thought that we were able to add a stipulation into this, basically overriding what it says in the ordinance. No?
So what's before us is a resolution to approve an N3 license.
Okay.
The N3 license is the ordinance that's being referred to, but this is just approves their application to that ordinance that has the code in there. So there would have to be a referral. It would go before the liquor board to change the license, the N3 license, and then it would come to council.
Is this project the only one that's been issued an N3 license?
So I believe the N3 license,
I can answer that. The N3 license is only applicable to venues up to a capacity of 40,000. So there are no other facilities in Evanston that qualify for this license. It was created specifically for the new Ryan Field.
Okay, thank you.
Are you finished, Councilmember?
I'm done, yeah.
Councilmember Burns?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was confused. When we kept saying ordinance, I thought you were saying the one that approved the stadium and concerts. So it's N3 license holders shall only serve alcohol beginning 1 hour prior to the start of the event and must cease selling alcohol no later than 30 minutes prior to the conclusion of the event. So that's the ordinance you're talking about.
That's correct. It's in
Which
the liquor
I was
code.
getting confused by that. So I agree. I think the best time to take that up is to change the ordinance, the liquor license ordinance for N3 license. And that's what I will support. Yeah.
Okay, so we have reconsidered, and are we going to take a vote now on amended language? Though
amendment.
there is not going to be any, right, that's what I understood. So so there's no withdrawing of any motion, right, to amend? There was not one.
Yeah, the motion is
correct?
passed.
Okay.
I think the path forward now
Right, I just want to make sure we hadn't had a motion
is
to
to
amend.
remove items 4 through 7.
Okay, go ahead.
Presuming they get approved, then Councilmember Davis is free to make a referral to amend the liquor ordinance at her leisure at some future time.
Okay, would you like to move?
Does that make sense, everybody? Okay, so I will remove items A4 through A7. I'm not going to read them again, unless you want me to.
Okay, so it's been moved, the items 4 through 7 have been moved again and seconded by Councilmember Harris. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin, Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Okay, that passes with an 8-0 vote. So it was brought to our attention that we are now past our rule. So thank you very much for coming this evening. Our rule says that we adjourn at 10 o'clock. We still have a long agenda ahead of us. I would like to know what council members would like to do at this point. Councilmember Newsma.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, in accordance with City Council Rule 3B2, I will move that we continue this meeting even though we're past our 10 o'clock deadline.
Second.
Point of order.
Yes, Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. Item 3B2 does specify that it must be, any motion to extend the meeting shall include a list of specific agenda items to be covered and shall specify an order these items shall be handled. I didn't like
Thank
this
you.
rule, just for the clarification, but you all wanted it. So I'm going to hold you to the rules.
Okay, A8, A14, A21, 22, 23, 24, 26, P1, 2, 3, 4, HS1, and HS2 in that order.
Second.
Any discussion? So I would propose amending that. If you would take a friendly amendment, I think that's just far too much for us to expect to cover tonight. And we started at 3 today, so I think that's unreasonable.
A number of these are fairly straightforward, so
I would say
I'm gonna stick with-
postpone the P and D until August.
Nope.
The 4 items.
I think if someone is going to put a hold on it, then go ahead and put a hold on it right at the
No, it's
beginning.
all I mean, we have 4 items, and we're going to be here for hours. And again, we started at 3. I think it's unreasonable to expect elected representatives to be thoughtfully deliberating after 7 hours. I don't know, does anybody feel similarly? Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. I think in the future, we need to be more judicious in our agendas, wherever possible. We seem to pack a lot into this one, some of which maybe didn't have to be packed into this one. I'm willing to move ahead. I would encourage all of my fellow council members to be judicious in our comments and move quickly through things. If you intend to hold something, hold it quickly. If you intend to table something, table it quickly. And let's not have an hour discussion and then decide to table or hold something unless there's specific information you need to seek.
Okay. All right. Will the clerk please take the roll? So we're going to finish our items and extend past our adjourning time.
Councilmember Suffredin? Aye. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers? Aye. Councilmember Geracaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Okay. With a vote of 9-0, we will continue with our work. Next item up, item A8, with Councilmember Nusma, would you please move item 8?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move item A8, Resolution 159R26, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Capital Cement Company for 2026 CDBG sidewalk improvements.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I pulled this off because there's a correction in here, correct? This was not bid in May 5th of 2025. There was a bid, though, I can see, with these same 3 companies in 25, but you're saying this is not the result of a bid from 25, that's an error? So it should read what?
It should read that the opening was actually on May 5th, 2026, and it was a typo.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that for the record. Thank you very much. That's all. Could you take the roll?
Okay. Councilmember Suffredin? Aye. Councilmember Davis?
This is for which one?
A8. It's just
Aye.
the dates amended. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Geracaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Aye. Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
With 9-0, that passes. And Councilmember Nusma, can you please move item A14?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I move item A14, Resolution 165R26, approval of the IGA between City of Evanston and the Village of Wilmette to update our drinking water interconnection study.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I pulled that off. I just wanted to understand whether we expect that this will go beyond the 100,000. Beyond, it looks like there's a chance that this could extend.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, Darrell King, Water Production Bureau Chief. I don't think so because it's not necessarily a reinventing of the wheel. We're basing this update on a 2004 study where this work has been completed. There could be additional scenarios added to this, so I don't think it would extend beyond the total 200,000, 100,000 would be Evanston's share.
Okay, so we're not expecting to have this, we'll have to budget for this in 27?
The reason that statement is in there is we're getting started late in the year. And so by the time we develop the scope, put it out for an RFP, get them back in, evaluate them, bring it to City Council, it'll probably be fourth quarter of the year. And that more than likely wouldn't be enough time during 26 to get that work completed. So it would probably spill over into 27.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers. Aye. Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris. Yes. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Okay, Councilmember Newsma, can you please move item A21?
I will move, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, items A21 and A22 together, resolutions 173 R26 and 174 R26, approval of contracts with Cisco SmartNet support from CDW and renewal of a VMware Broadcom licensing and support with CDW Government Incorporated.
Second.
Okay, those, item A21 and 22 have been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
No.
Did someone pull this off to recuse?
Councilmember Isles will be
That's right.
recusing himself.
Okay, so could you please take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Aye. Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
I abstain.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Okay, so that passes 8-0 with one abstention. Councilmember Newsma, items A23 and A24.
Can we move these together?
Yes.
Sure.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I will move items A23 and A24, which are resolutions 176R26 and 177R26 regarding Clyde Brummel Park, a partnership agreement with Kaboom, and authorizing the purchase of landscape structures.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Rogers?
Yeah, real quickly, I just wanted to pull this off to point out that this is an excellent opportunity for us to have a private-public partnership. Many of our parks, as we know, are quite expensive. So this is an opportunity for us to upgrade one of our legacy parks for about $200,000 through this partnership. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns?
This organization, I'm pretty sure, was created by a member of the Chicago Stars. Is that correct? That's what I was told, I think. Is that true or no?
I don't believe so.
Kaboom is based somewhere on the East Coast.
Kaboom is not based from this area.
I mean, that could be the case. People join different teams. That's what I was told. Maybe they didn't want that announced, but I'm pretty sure there was an organization. Do you know the answer to that? Is that something are we not supposed to? Who was Kaboom? Are they associated at all with Chicago Stars? I remember the Chicago Stars. Not that I'm aware. They're not? Okay. All right. Never mind. I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay.
It's some part.
All right, could you please take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin. Aye. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Aye. Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
All right.
Okay, that passes 9-0. Moving on to item A26, Councilmember Newsma.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I will move item A26, ordinance 53R26, amending Evanston City Code 10452 to add prohibition on the sale, unauthorized transfer, or advertising of one-day visitor parking permits and spaces.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Rogers.
Real quickly, question for Corporation Counsel. What are we considering unauthorized transfer? In my neighborhood, we have a parking permit thing and we pass our passes all over the place, share them back and forth. Is that an unauthorized transfer?
Are you selling it? Or
I'm not selling, but it says sale, unauthorized transfer, or advertising of one day.
I think an unauthorized transfer has to include a money exchange.
Okay, as long as we're interpreting it that way. I
Yes.
don't want to open up Pandora's box.
Fair.
Okay, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Aye. Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Okay, that passes with a vote of 9-0. Now moving to the planning and development, P1. I'd like to move item P1, Resolution 136R26, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Code Studio for the zoning update.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Rogers.
Councilmember Davis was reaching for her light. Does she have anything? This was discussed at P&D, and I think there is a consensus through some of the council members I've spoken with to hold this, so I'm going to place a hold on it if there's a second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved to hold and seconded. This is non-debatable.
There's no vote.
Right?
Correct, it's not debatable.
So that's
I will
held.
make a motion to overturn that hold.
Councilmember Newsmo has moved to overturn the hold.
Second.
Councilmember
I'll
Harris
second.
has seconded.
And it requires a 2/3 vote to overturn the hold.
Right, okay. Is that debatable?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Suffredin?
Yeah, I mean, the issue that I have and that's been brought up the most is the lack of responses. Is the hold going to change that? Is there anything that we learned that we can use to understand why we got so few responses? I mean, my understanding is we had 6 tire kickers and then only 2 actual responses, and then only one of those was responsive. What happened? That's a question for Sarah or Allison or whoever on staff, Luke. I mean, I'd like to know why we ended up with only 1 and change responses out of entire industry.
Good evening, Liz Williams for the record. So the question, as I understand it, is why so few responses?
Which I acknowledge is not, I'm asking your opinion on why so few responses. It's not like non-respondents told you why they didn't respond. But just before you start, the universe of potential respondents is probably somewhere in the 20s.
We sent this directly to 21 vendors.
Okay.
My understanding from our purchasing team is that in addition to that, there are about 323 firms that received the initial email based on commodity codes for this type of RFP.
Okay.
There were, to an earlier question, 11 individuals that downloaded the RFP directly from the city's software. I will note that a couple of those are not necessarily zoning firms, and I'm looking at our press table because one of them is a local newspaper. And there was also one that is just a different type of firm. They're not a planning or zoning consultant. So that's the universe that received the initial push out of this proposal.
Okay. Is there something we can do to reissue this and encourage more response?
So if you're seeking additional proposals, the proper path moving forward would be to basically redo the RFP process from start to finish. You would have to look at the scope of services. I would encourage you all to make meaningful changes to what went out, because you're likely to potentially get a lower return rate on issuing the same RFP again.
We did not get feedback saying these things are the reason we did not apply.
No, we're not able, because we're in an active procurement process, to reach out to firms to understand why they did not submit.
Okay. And the timeline for what you just proposed, a reissued RFP, would be what?
I would recommend providing, we gave 6.5 weeks for firms to prepare their proposals and submit them. Council would need to likely, if we're following the same process we did the first go around, you'd need to review and vote on the draft RFP.
The earliest that could happen would be our next meeting.
That would be in August. It would be up to you all if you feel comfortable approving that in one meeting, or if you would want further amendments. And then we would need to work with purchasing on publication, which takes roughly about 4 weeks. I know that sounds like a lot, but based on newspaper noticing deadlines, internal reviews, it takes a little bit of time for us to get it out on the street.
So that's like 3 to the meeting, 4 to get it out, and then 6 to get there. So we would be talking about a 13-week.
At a minimum, yes. I would also offer that the prior 2 times that this project was bid through an RFP process, the first time we received 3 proposals back, one of which did not rise to the level of being as responsive to the others. There was an addendum process done administratively, and we only received 2 responses back to that addendum. The second time this was bid out, we received a total of 4 proposals, 2 of which were deemed non-responsive, and the other 2 were brought forward to council for consideration. This time, we received 2. So it's not out of the realm of what we've seen previously.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Rogers?
No, I'm fine.
So 13 weeks is about what we're looking at. And I guess my question is, can we, so I would feel much more comfortable no matter what we do, having the opportunity to, I have a lot of questions, I watch the videos, but I have lots of questions and there was no give and take there. Could the firm could we request that we have a Q&A with council? And if not, I mean, we can postpone that if you don't know.
Yeah, I'd have to check in with our purchasing department and see if that's within the realm. It may be a situation where if you, Tammy's online. Okay, Tammy, if you can speak to that.
Yeah. Good evening. This is Tammy Nunez from the purchasing department.
Yes.
That is something we could work into the process. It's a little out of the ordinary, but it is something we can do.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Juan Geracaris. Juan?
Thank you. Yep, I'm here. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
So I feel pretty strongly we need to make a decision, and Code Studio, from what we've heard from our city's experts, Design Evanston, and all their research, and what I've heard from people in this field is that Code Studio is one of the top firms, and they've put together an impressive proposal. I would have liked to see more the better, but we are also in a situation where if anyone's been doing their homework and watching how this is unfolded, they know that they're stepping into a pretty heavy lift. We were asking a lot of any firm that wants to take on this work, and it's not a simple project where they're going to be here for a few months. This is a multi-year commitment, and so I think that's also playing into why we only got 2 responses. So I feel really strongly that out of the responses, Code Studio is ready to do the work, and I think they have the expertise, and I think we should move forward because another 3 months of not doing anything after we've gone this far, I think is irresponsible.
Thank you. No one wishing to speak of first.
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I share Councilmember Geracaris' concern that we would lose time and likely not have any different outcome if we were to hold this. But I will direct a question to Councilmember Rogers. What do you have in mind by placing a hold on this? What would you like to see happen?
I think I've shared a lot of my concerns with you. I've spoken with members of this of the planning community who have shared with me, and I'll be very blunt about it. Evanston's been blackballed We are not a place that people like to work. And it doesn't involve just us. They feel they have no connection to the community. And so that is one of the things that's going around out there. It is typical, I've heard from at least two people that an RFQ would have been the preferred way to move forward. We're asking a lot of people to do a lot of upfront investment with us on an RFP when we don't even know if they are qualified, et cetera. And so those are the things that I'm hearing. If I had my way, I'd vote it down tonight and look at the process and figure out what we fix. I want to try to fix the process and make sure that we're getting the firm that's going to be the best firm for us. As I said earlier, Code Studio is very qualified, but without anybody to compare them to, how do I know that they are the best and we're getting the right things for the right money? And as someone who has watched the actual execution of our zoning ordinance for longer than probably a lot of other people in this room, I know where the pitfalls are. I know that our zoning code needs improvement, but I'm also not willing to accept that our zoning code is the full problem that we're having. And so I think that the magical belief that we're going to hire a firm, they're going to write a code, and all of Evanston's problems are going to be solved doesn't work for me. I want to fix the problem. And we keep seeing RFQs where we get no responses or one response or two response, and we just kind of keep moving forward that way. And this is a great place to have that discussion about what's wrong with Evanston and what we're trying to do here.
Thank you. So placing a hold on this item merely moves the question in front of us to the agenda at our next meeting. And you're not suggesting we solve all those problems and go back out to the market via RFQ by that next meeting. So I'm not sure what a hold would accomplish, which is why I made the motion to overturn that hold. You make some very good points about the lack of interest amongst players in this space to work with Evanston, and I've heard similar things. I think, ironically, should we hold this and continue this debate any longer, we merely would be feeding into that perception and putting fuel on that fire that Evanston is a difficult community. So, I am ready to move forward tonight. I looked at both of these proposals. I looked at McKenna first, and I was attracted to their proposal because they had done a lot of work in West Michigan, where I've spent a lot of time. I reached out to one of their references, who is a planner in the city of Holland, where my folks live. Holland has done a great job downtown. I've kind of referenced them in economic development committee meetings. But Code Studio is clearly the better respondent, and so I think we have two. We have one fairly decent proposal from McKenna and one very good proposal from Code Studio. I don't see what delaying this decision is going to accomplish. If we had a fairly high degree of confidence that if we went back out to market, we would get 6 or 7 proposals, I might have a different opinion. I don't think that would be the case. I think we would be delusional if we expected a more robust response than we have, a significantly more robust response than we've already had. So I think now is the time, and I'm ready to move forward.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Yeah, Liz, I guess follow-up question. The timeline you just gave, if we were to switch it to an RFQ, same timeline, or does that compress it in any way?
It's typically then a 2-step process. So you would do a solicitation for qualifications, evaluate and identify firms, and then I guess we would go forward with an I think, Tammy, maybe you would be better to talk about this process because I haven't done it here at the city. I'm not sure if we would be able to select from those that submit the RFQ directly, and then negotiate a contract from that.
So that would be longer.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, my concern is I don't want to play with the next 20 years of zoning in order to prove to the consultant community that we won't be reaching out to again for 20 years, that we're not as bad as they seem to think we are. And I think that there should have been more alarms raised by the lack of response. I agree with Councilmember Newsom, hold things doesn't make sense, but what can we do to improve it? I don't know. Are there like tangible things that we can do to improve the likelihood of more responses? And I don't want to say better responses, but a wider array of responses for consideration in public examination. There are things that we could do by not voting yes tonight that keep the process moving forward. Because I will say that this process has always been, we got to get this done before the election 2 years ago. I mean, like, it's always been, like, nobody's saying stop, but get it right seems to be like a pretty solid goal. So does anybody have any suggestions for what would help us get it right, other than just go forward with the one proposal that we got tonight?
I mean, I guess my solution to that would be, do we look at the RFP that we've put out? We put lots of things in there that were very, very specific, that were very, very intensive. Is that something we do? I mean, if we want to have that discussion tonight, we can all have that discussion tonight. But I don't think we're prepared to have that discussion tonight. So
hold it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Councilmember Burns?
Yeah, I'm supportive of a hold, not because I want to, if there are things we can do to correct our RFP process, we should do that. I don't think we're going to resolve that in the 3 months that it would take. It's going to take up to 3 months if we put this back out there. I don't necessarily think we're going to resolve that. I don't know if the RFQ does. If anything, maybe we get more responses from smaller firms who don't have the capacity to do it. Maybe it invites different firms to submit proposals, but maybe smaller firms who are not as organized or who don't have a track record doing this type of work. So, I think there's certainly room to improve our process. I don't know if that can be resolved quickly. Also think, most importantly, that Code Studio did respond to what we asked for. Interestingly enough, I feel like McKenna offered an approach similar to what you described, Councilmember Rogers, in that they were saying, like, look, we think, most of the zoning is okay. We will recommend that you quickly identify what's good and should stay, and then, what changes should be made from that. Whereas I think Code Studio is much more comprehensive, approaching in the way that we've approached other similar work, where it's like, all right, if we just kind of, we'll pinpoint things that make sense, but also we're trying to design this based on what we're hearing from the community, which is why there's a lot of community engagement. I think it's all in Code Studio's proposal in a way that it's not necessarily in McKenna's, which is why there's so much difference between the two. But I think considering the amount of money it is, I would like at least another meeting, because there are some things that I would like to see considering the amount, especially around community engagement. And I started to talk to Liz and Director Flax a little bit about that, but I'm still trying to iron out what those things are. So I'd like time in between the meeting to work with staff to get some of those into the next packet for consideration. As long as they're in the packet, we don't have to need another meeting to vote on them. Is that the way that would work? Okay, because that's what I'd like to do, is work in between the meeting, make sure it's in the packet, then we vote on it, and we won't need another meeting because it was noticed in the packet. So, so that's what I would support. And then also, I'll hold it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Geracaris? All right, so.
I'll just reiterate, I think the fact that we have what are design professionals in town, people that we really, for most things, trust their opinion, say that, Code Studio is a well-respected company. The fact that if we go back out and say that wasn't good enough, I'm really worried that we'll get even less responsive good proposals to this, which just kind of ties into why we don't get good responses, is because I think we're at times difficult to deal with.
Okay. Would anybody else like to speak? Then I think we have a motion to overturn the hold. Will you please take the roll on the motion to overturn the hold?
Councilmember Suffredin?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
Councilmember Geracaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris? Yes. Councilmember Isles?
Yes.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Okay, so that does not pass. It is not overturned. So now we move, so it's been held. Okay. So,
Just for the record, it was a 5-4 vote.
it was a,
Right.
it
Fails to
was,
get the
it
6
failed
votes in favor.
at 5-4.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, we now move to item,
Can I ask one thing before we move on?
okay.
If we're going to wait a month before we talk again, can you release the videos so that people can see those as well? Just to get a better sense of who the applicants we did have are. I've had a few constituents say, why couldn't we look at the videos?
Yeah, we're happy to post those online.
Okay, thank you.
And as long as, I would also really, and following up with Ms. Nunez, be wonderful, whatever we do down the road, I realize it wouldn't be the next meeting, but to have the opportunity for Q&A for council with the consultant. Thank you. Okay, we now move to item P2. Ordinance 54-026, approving amendment to the Three Crowns Park Plan Development and special use at 2323 McDaniel Avenue, 2400 Colfax Place, and 2320 Pioneer Road in the R4 General Residential District. That has been amended at Planning and Development to read. A moment, sorry. Okay, the amended language that's added to this, I don't know if we can project it for the public, but if not. The proposed parking lot located in the northwest corner of the site along Colfax is conditionally approved and shall not expire and shall run with the land. The applicant shall not construct this parking lot as shown on the development plan unless the city council formally enacts residential parking restrictions within the adjacent blocks.
So the motion needs a second. I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Okay. No comments? Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Geracaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Okay, that passes with a 9-0 vote. And now item P3, ordinance 55-026, granting a special use permit for a wholesale goods establishment at 2312 Main Street in the C1 Commercial District. I'm moving that. Would someone like to second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
We need the motion to introduce and
And we need the suspension of rules for introduction and action.
Okay, are you moving to suspend the rules?
I am.
I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember Harris has moved to suspend the rules to move this forward for introduction and action this evening, and Councilmember Isles has seconded. Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Oh, no, that's for.
Any discussion? Okay. All right, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
This is for.
Introduction and action, suspension of rules.
Suspension of the rules.
Oh, no.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Geracaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Isles?
Yes.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Okay, so 7-2, I think that fails, right? That requires unanimous
No,
to suspend the rules?
It only requires 2/3.
Oh, 2/3 to suspend the rules. Okay, so that passes, suspension of the rules. Okay. All right, so now any discussion on the item? Councilmember Nusma?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Do we have any idea what tax revenue this project would yield to the city of Evanston?
Good evening. Nathan Eady with Amazon's Economic Development team. So this is such a new business line for us. We only have about 30 of these locations open throughout the country, and our first example of one opened just last September. So we basically haven't even completed a full fiscal year of operating this type of facility. So I can't provide, an accurate guess at what tax revenue would be. I can confirm that because state of Illinois is an origin point of sale tax state, that locating this facility in the city of Evanston means that is where the sales tax revenue goes. So even if we deliver across a city limit line into a neighboring city, the sales tax is assessed at our facility in Evanston.
What is the radius for deliveries from this facility?
Right. So the goal of the facility is to always deliver to the customer in 30 minutes or less. In our experience, we need to endeavor to stay within about a 10 to 12 minute drive time. And in most cities like this, that really only equates to about a 3 or 4 mile radius. So these are very small facilities compared to our more traditional logistics warehouses, and they have a very small service area.
And where is the next nearest such facility, the new smaller model?
I believe we may have one open in Chicago now. We'll basically have at least probably 3 open and operating in the greater Chicago up to Evanston region by the end of the year is the goal.
Okay. And currently, how are Amazon customers in Evanston, where are their orders coming from?
Great question. So it basically depends on the timeline that you want to achieve as a customer. So if you order a regular Prime package that say you want in 3 business days or less, that comes from one of our what's called an AMZL delivery station. We have 2 or 3 of those in the greater Chicago area already. If you want it the same day, we have a different set of facilities called sub-save day facilities. Those deliver anywhere from 1 to 4 hours from when you order. And so this provides another tier where if you want orders in 30 minutes or less. And typically what we've seen is customer behavior is that what folks want that fast are groceries like produce, milk, eggs, that sort of thing. So either you woke up and you want to make breakfast and you realize that you forgot something, but you still want to get your kids to work or to school on time, or you get home and you want to make dinner for your family and you've forgotten an ingredient or something and you want somebody to bring that to you instead of taking your whole family to the grocery store.
So it's mostly groceries that would be stocked in this facility?
Yeah, it's about 65 to 70% consumable items. We flex what specific items are stocked at each of these facilities based on what the regional demand is. So in Miami, we may sell a lot of suntan lotion, although we sell a lot up here the last week as well. But it basically, we modify and customize the customer to meet local customer demand. But what trend we've seen across the United States is, again, it's like 65 to 70% consumable groceries that people want.
I am concerned about what effect this might have on existing small local businesses in Evanston. A lot of the products you might run out to get at the last minute would be at a local convenience store. We heard from convenience stores earlier that they're struggling to make a living because you can no longer sell flavored tobacco in Evanston. We haven't yet talked about the video machines. We're going to get to that. How would you allay my concerns with regards to the effect on local businesses that you would be competing with?
So I think that's a fair concern. I do think that from what I've heard when I've toured these facilities that are already operating, it tends to be like fresh berries, oranges, milk, that sort of thing. So are there local convenience stores that sell that item too instead of just, potato chips and stuff? You guys would probably know better than me. But it also cuts both ways. Like we deliver to residences and businesses as well. So there are actually a fair number of businesses that depend upon us to essentially like restock them in emergency demand. Like if you run a local restaurant, you can essentially order ingredients from us almost in real time as your diners are consuming them instead of having to like pre-stock your restaurant with stuff that may go bad before you actually serve it to anybody.
Right. And one last question. For the service radius for this location, how much of that is Evanston and how much of that is outside of Evanston?
Oh, that's
roughly.
You know what? That's a great question. I have to look at it on a map to provide a better understanding. Like I said, it functions much different than a traditional warehouse of ours that is an order of magnitude bigger in every way. Those tend to service entire zip codes with fleets of 400 vans. This facility is 9,000 square feet, so very small. Its aisles look much like a grocery store, just miniaturized, and it's generally only servicing out to about like a 4-mile horizon.
Sorry, one more question.
Sure.
So inside the facility, this would be staffed, if I recall the memo correctly, by only a handful of people at a time. So I assume there would be a lot of automation inside the facility?
No, it just does a small volume of business. So there's no automation in the store right now. It's really as simple as it could possibly be. It's about 6 to 7 foot high shelves stocked mostly with groceries, and we have cold refrigerators that have refrigerated items. And then there's usually between 1 to 4 employees working at a time that go and grab those items off of the shelf when you order them. And within about 3 minutes, they put those items in a paper bag and it's waiting for a flex driver to come pick it up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Rogers.
DoorDash, Uber Eats, they already do this, right? They do something similar.
That is correct.
Yeah. I'll get back to that. But are most of these orders like for full grocery orders for a family? I'm trying to see how much is like full grocery orders versus 1 or 2 items, especially considering the fees. I would think people are more likely to do larger orders than the small orders, but it seems like we're talking a lot about the 1 or 2 items.
Yeah, on average, I think it's been about 6 items per order.
Okay.
So it's definitely there's a flat rate fee of $3.99 if you're a Prime member. So it behooves you to order several items. You get a better deal because you're paying a flat rate for the delivery. But right now it averages 6. Again, it's such a young business model for us that may grow or shrink over time as customers really learn to appreciate what we can provide them.
Yeah, I just want to make clear that this business model is already operating in Evanston, not obviously maybe not by Amazon Prime, but as I said, Uber Eats, DoorDash, they're already doing it. They've been doing it for some time. I think people who are comfortable ordering this way will have already done it, will continue to do it. Maybe Amazon kind of cuts into the market share, and so they start to maybe take some business from some of those other providers, but this model is not new. I use it. It's something that's not new to Evanston, so that's not as much of a concern. I don't know if there's unfortunately many small grocers, like locally owned small grocers left. They're mostly large grocery, stores. And I don't necessarily think they'll be impacted by this because, as I said, since it already exists in the market and has for some time, I think the people that use it, use it and will continue to use it. But the people that are trying to avoid the fees that come along with this type of service will continue to get their groceries the way they always have, whether that's going into Valleys or, going into, D&D Finer Foods or whatever it is. So I think whatever would have happened from something like this would have already happened once DoorDash and Uber started to do it. And, so I'm not, don't have concerns there, but still open to, would love to, for people who are concerned about this, I'd love to know why before I make a vote.
Councilmember Rogers?
Thank you. How is this different, and I think I know the answer, to the Amazon facility that's currently on Howard in Skokie?
So I'd have to, do you happen to know the number for that? I'm from California, so
I don't know an Amazon number. I know there's a warehouse that was built about 12 years ago, maybe.
Okay. So we essentially have two local types of warehouses today. So like I said, one is an AMZL delivery station. So those typically run more of a delivery time of, say, 2 to 3 business days. So that's more like you order clothing, you order a birthday present for your mother, something like that. And then we have some same day facilities. We have 2 or 3 of those in this area as well.
I think she's going to give you the numbers.
Yeah, okay. So DIL7 is a conventional AMZL delivery station, so it's 3-day delivery time, guaranteed. We oftentimes do better than that, but 3 days is the standard delivery time.
Okay.
Same day facilities that we already have here as well, those deliver more like paper towels and things that people want with great regularity. So we only stock a small sort of portfolio of items, but we know people will want them, and we know that they'll want them the same day. So that's usually within 4 hours. And then this is really fitting more of the perishable food need, I guess. And what we've seen from consumer behavior is people want that almost immediately if they order.
And so how does that different, and I don't use any of these services, so I don't know. How is that different than the Amazon Whole Food partnership?
There are instances where if the Whole Foods is in the right location, we will just offer the service directly out of the Whole Foods and not occupy another separate piece of real estate. But we've evaluated that, and in Evanston, we need a separate piece of real estate.
Okay. And then can you speak a little bit to an average of 1,000 daily round trips, but then it says 60 a.m. peak hour and 168 p.m. peak hour. So it's a.m. peak hour and p.m. peak hour. So is this literally running 24/7 all day, all night?
Correct, yeah. So the facility's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We do see consumer ordering behavior come to almost a complete standstill, obviously, at 2 a.m. or whatever. So most of that time is spent bringing in the restock and having employees unpack pallets of supplies and get them ready for orders the next day. And then we tend to see sort of 3 daily peaks of ordering activity. It's early in the morning before breakfast, late morning, so say like your kids are back, or your kids have been dropped off at school, and then somebody's back at the house and kind of assesses some things that you need, and then usually shortly before dinner time. So we see peaks and valleys of activity throughout the day.
But so beyond the roughly 230 peak times that you have here, does that seem to be fairly well dispersed throughout the rest of the day, minus that 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. or whatever time?
Correct. Yeah. So for our other facilities where, say, all the vans leave in the morning, we actually have to dispatch them in waves of about 20 vans at a time so we don't overwhelm any local intersections. For a facility like this, that isn't necessary. The ordering by customers is spread out evenly enough throughout the day where that's exactly what we had analyzed in the full traffic study to make sure that even during those peak times, we wouldn't fail the level of service on any intersections.
And then how long is a vehicle typically on site? Or is it literally like a 5-minute pickup? Is it
Yeah,
I mean, obviously, you're trying to make a half-hour delivery.
Right.
I'm sure you're probably trying to get in and out as quickly as possible.
Yeah. So a flex driver that's picking up an order is usually there between 2 to 4 minutes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
No problem.
Juan Geracaris.
Yeah, thank you. I will be voting no on this. I have a fair amount of constituents that had negative feedback about this going in on Main Street. I have concerns about traffic. I think this, when I think of, future state of what I want to see in the neighborhood, where, I have a lot of people who are advocating for safer routes for pedestrians and for bicyclists, and adding that added load onto Main Street, I don't think serves us well. Also, just in general, skeptical of the impact of the business model. I mean, we've seen, Amazon has put taking a big chunk out of business for, brick and mortar stores, and I don't think that's a good thing. So I will be voting no on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns?
No, Council Ruggie, you know the answer. Maybe you know the answer. But when DoorDash, Uber Eats, when they do this, I forgot about the Amazon Whole Foods partnership. That's the thing too. But that comes anyway. Do we know if we get sales tax from that with the DoorDash transaction? If it originates in Evanston, are we getting some of the sales tax? How does that work?
I think wherever they purchase the items, so if DoorDash purchases something from a pharmacy here in Evanston, we get the sales tax on that. And then there's also usually a fee for DoorDash, Uber, things like that we get a fee off of that as well.
So maybe DoorDash is not a good example, but there's another spot that actually comes from a center that's sort of like this, but it's not located in Evanston. In those situations, will we get sales tax from that? If it's sourced from a facility that they have in a different city?
I do believe there was legislation passed that the sales tax is based on where the delivery occurs. So when Amazon was first, instituted, you didn't necessarily pay your sales tax. You paid it from where it was coming from. But now it is where your delivery is. So that the municipality, the county, the state would recoup that sales tax.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. And to answer your question, I might have supported this if it was just introduction. I want to have a better understanding of the impact on our local grocery stores, on the pollution, on the traffic, and I think I just wanted some more information on that. I had some residents emailing and texting when they realized they didn't, it was sort of buried in there exactly what this was and who it was. So that's why I'd be opposing it. No more comments or questions, then I will take the roll. Councilmember Suffredin? Oh, he's not here either. So we'll just. Oh, he's recused. Okay. Councilmember Davis?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Rogers?
No.
Councilmember Geracaris?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Isles?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
And I'm voting no. So that, and Bobby, I'm sorry.
Aye.
And one more aye. So with a vote of 5-3, 5 noes, 3 yeses, and 1 abstention, that does not pass. Okay, on to the next item, item P4. Ordinance 56 26, approving a text amendment. Did we pull this one off? We did, okay. Approving a text amendment related to temporary uses. Is there a motion? Would someone like to move that?
I would move item P4, ordinance 56026, approving a text amendment related to temporary uses.
Seconded.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Questions, discussion? Councilmember Nusma?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know this was briefly discussed in committee, and Councilmember Geracaris suggested a friendly amendment to change the time frame from 30 days to 90 days. That did not move through committee, but I will make that formal motion now to amend the language of this ordinance from 30 days to 90 days. I will send an email out right now.
I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember Nusma has moved to amend item P4, and Councilmember Geracaris has seconded, and we're waiting for that language.
Yeah, I just hit send. So I think 90 days makes more sense as a season. If you're doing a seasonal business like a pumpkin patch or a Christmas tree stand or something like that, it's going to be open for more than a month. So allowing a temporary use for up to 90 days would seem to be common sense.
Councilmember Rogers?
Those are already covered under temporary uses in the zoning ordinance. This defines temporary, not temporary uses. So you can already have a pumpkin patch. You can have your Christmas tree farm. Those are covered under a separate code section of the ordinance.
Help me and probably others understand what's the difference between temporary and temporary uses.
Would you like to, Ms. Williams, or?
I defer to you on what you would
Thank
like
you.
me to say.
Wait,
So a temporary use is something that is specifically defined in the zoning ordinance. It gives a specific number of days, and they are very few and far between. A sidewalk sale is a temporary use. A pumpkin patch is a temporary use. I don't know the section of code right off the top of my head, but they are specifically delineated as to what those are. Carnival, street
there are a number of
festival.
specified uses defined as temporary uses, each of which has a time frame fixed.
Yes.
Which may not be the same from one to another.
Correct. What happens is when we were looking through the stars and the Chicago Stars, and the word temporary was used in a unique use. But the word temporary has no definition. So it led to confusion because people were trying to move this into a temporary use, but it isn't one of the defined categories of a temporary use. So we're defining the word temporary and the word temporary only.
Within the temporary use?
Nope, throughout
section?
the entire zoning ordinance.
For the entire zoning ordinance?
Unless it is specifically stated in the temporary uses.
I have a fuller understanding, thank you. I am comfortable making this motion and hoping others will support it. And it has been seconded by Councilmember Geracaris.
I have a question with regards to consecutive, like repeat. So do we want to say for both motions, your amended motion, from 30 to 90 days within a year span? Right? Because what if you just kept applying for another chunk of 90 days or 30 days? I mean, isn't it within, I won't even say a calendar year because it could be, or I guess we could say within a calendar year.
I think that kind of causes a problem because number one, in a calendar year, so I'm doing something for a temporary use, or not a temporary use, let me strike that language, something that's temporary, and it's going to be 30 days, and it begins on December 21st and runs through January 10th.
Understood.
I am now,
Okay, within a span of a year.
I think, I mean, if we want to go down this road, I would have to look at the entire zoning ordinance. The way that we proposed it, that I proposed it, was dealing with the specific language of temporary and the use of temporary in these instances. If everybody would like to come back and look at this later with every option for what temporary means, but I mean, I'm kind of reluctant to change it on the fly, not knowing where it may impact things. Temporary was, I mean, the 30 days was something we discussed when we talked about short-term rentals, which become temporary in nature. And so this was kind of that period of time, and it was a defined time that made sense.
Councilmember Davis?
I will add in that this will come most in play for the Land Use Commission, and they voted 5-0 in favor of this language. So they were unanimous in their approval, and we won't probably end up having to address the definition of temporary nearly as much as they do and have. And so I would recommend, or what I plan to do, is to use their expertise and weigh on the decision that they have made, again, unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Geracaris?
Yeah, me personally, I like the idea of 90 days better than 30. I understand the whole temporary use versus temporary definition, but I'll stick with the 90 days.
I had a hard time hearing that.
Could you say that again? We had a hard time hearing you, Juan.
Oh, was it? Oh, I was going to say, I said that for me, in defining temporary, 90 days makes more sense. Did everyone catch that? Stick with that. My vote.
Thank you. So Juan Geracaris said he prefers the 90 days. Okay, Councilmember Burns?
Was not able to catch myself off on this, so I'm gonna have to. I got to better understand it. So, would this have applied to the Chicago Stars at all? Okay, so how was that approved? Remind me how we approved Chicago Stars. Was that came to council, right? That wasn't an administrative decision, or was it?
So this
that came
would
to council, right?
This would apply to the unique use application should there be one in the future. I think temporary was specifically listed under the unique use section of the code, but we did not have a definition in the city code for temporary. And so I think that's one item that this particular referral is trying to solve. The other item that it's trying to solve is ambiguity in the existing definition of temporary use, which says any land use that is 90 days or less, or as listed in a section of the city code, which has enumerated items that Councilmember Rogers mentioned. So it's twofold in what the proposed amendment is solving for. It's striking the current ambiguity of the definition of temporary use and making it very clear that it is only the items that are listed in the city code related to temporary uses. And then it's also creating a definition of temporary within which can be applied to the unique use.
Can be or would be if this passes.
It would be applied if this passes, yes.
So if Chicago Stars came back, because they've been there obviously longer than 30 days, so how would that, I'm trying to understand how it would have impacted.
The Chicago Stars at Martin Field was approved most recently as an accessory use. So
Okay.
there's another referral that I believe Councilmember Rogers has made to clarify the scale and size of that and what would trigger an additional approval beyond an administrative, which is currently
Okay,
the
so
case.
what we're discussing here would not have impacted that then?
That is my understanding, correct?
Is that your understanding?
Yes, when it's approved administratively. It's a different process.
Yeah. Is there anything, and so this is more cleanup language, this wouldn't have necessarily impacted anything that we've discussed or voted on recently?
I think it would change.
Or any decision that
Yeah, it would change.
city staff has made?
Staff's interpretation of a temporary use, the current zoning administrator's interpretation of temporary use, to be limited to only those temporary uses that are listed within the section of code referenced in the amendment tonight, where the current definition has been interpreted to allow things beyond just that list to any land use that is 90 days or less.
And what has been allowed because of that? Can you give any examples?
I think the Chicago Stars at Martin Field was also interpreted previously under a different zoning administrator at the time to be a temporary use.
I thought you said it was accessory, though.
They've applied multiple years, so it's.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
there we go. I was about to say, I thought I had it, and then you did
I know.
that. Okay.
I'm
So
sorry
there was
to
a
say.
year where they did apply under temporary use, and then another year, maybe a more recent year, it was accessory?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
So this is solving that ambiguity that is currently in the city code. And again, it's your decision if you want to make this change.
And then what is coming, what's the referral for accessory, the change for accessory use?
So we're creating what would be called a major accessory use. So it's an accessory use that has a larger impact than a traditional accessory use. And we're still working out some of the what that trigger point is. But so basically, if you have a 10-acre site and you decide to do something on 1 acre of that land, that technically could be an accessory use. But having a change in 1 acre of land has a greater impact than a traditional accessory use would.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why that will be coming forward.
Why was it changed from, why did they seek the temporary permit, use permit at one point and then accessory? What was that?
I mean,
Do you
I'd
know
be
why?
happy to talk with you about the specifics of that. I don't know if it's really relevant.
Was it a
to
time,
this
it is
proposal.
relevant because I'm trying to figure out, was it a concern about timing on how long, because the accessory allows them to operate there
At the
for
time,
longer, or?
yeah, at the time, it was a way to look at the fact that there was a temporary stadium that was in effect, essentially. And during construction, it was considered a temporary use at a site that was permitted. It was also different zoning administrators that were looking at this, so they had different interpretations of how to apply the code. And I think that's what Councilmember Rogers, with bringing forward this referral, is trying to solve for, is making it very, very crystal clear what the intent in the city's code is when it relates to temporary uses. Because right now, the definition does provide a little bit of ambiguity.
So city staff today in our planning zoning division, they believe that accessory use is the more appropriate.
In the instance of the Chicago Stars.
For
situation
Chicago Stars,
at
more
Martin
appropriate
Field.
path for them to go down.
Correct.
And then how long is that, do they have that permit for? How long does that last?
It's just for this season.
But I'm saying, is there a time limit on it?
Yes, in the approval, it's limited to the end of this season, the 2026 season.
Oh, so there's no standard amount of time. It's just all that's kind of negotiated or
It's based
worked
on
out?
their application.
Okay. Is there a maximum amount of time that the applicant requests? I'm not just thinking about Chicago Stars, anybody under accessory use.
For accessory uses, it depends on what the request is before staff. It could run in perpetuity. It could run for a shorter duration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for all those questions, Councilmember Burns. So I know we've gone back and forth, probably 100 emails about the Chicago Stars. I would have supported, but I do have concerns about the way that it wasn't approved legislatively. But also, I mean, so folks understand the stadium is temporary because it was replacing, either by right, they could have the stadium because they were constructing the other stadium. So that temporary use will end once this stadium is done.
That ended with their last season. So
Right, so
that is
in the fall, October, the stadium, the temporary structure is the permit for that temporary structure ends?
No, the temporary structure is a permitted use. It went through building permit review and is built to building code standards. It is at Northwestern's discretion whether or not they want to disassemble that. It's our understanding that that's their intent, but there's nothing limiting that temporary stadium from being.
It's a temporary stadium.
Stands from being erected.
It's a temporary stadium that was built by right because they were constructing the other stadium. They were demolishing and constructing. You're saying that
Outdoor
that's not,
recreation
but you
is
said
a
it is
permitted-
temporary.
It was originally described as being temporary in nature.
It was
yes.
originally described.
Yes.
And you all approved it as temporary because it was a by right.
It's a permitted use. Outdoor recreation facilities are a permitted use in that district. So it did not have to go through a legislative process from a zoning standpoint to be approved. It just needed to move forward with a building permit because it is a permitted use within that district for the temporary bleachers that were erected for football.
For the temporary bleachers. So now what is that? So there's a definition with temporary.
That is an existing facility, so I don't know if this code amendment would impact what has already been permitted by right within that area.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all. So, so the use of the temporary stadium by Chicago Stars ends this season.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I guess, and I know that was it. It's the parking requirement, right? That goes with the stadium?
Kind of far afield here.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead and the motion is to change it from 30 to 90? Okay. Any more comments on that? No? Okay, then will you take the roll?
Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
Councilmember Geracaris? Oh, it's not voting. Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris? Yes. Councilmember Isles?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsma?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns? It's a 5-4 vote.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if that's the way it's going, then there doesn't need to be any legislative action because we're going back to the original definition of temporary use. It's going to be confusing. The old definition of temporary use is 90 days or less, or those things that are outlined.
Madam Chair, this is for introduction this evening, so at least speaking for myself, I could stand to spend a little bit more time deepening my understanding on this. So when it comes back, I'd be open to reconsidering.
Okay.
So, no. P4.
So the motion, the amendment passed, and now we need to vote on the underlying.
Okay, so now we're going to vote on the underlying motion with the amended, as amended, changing from 90 to 30, from 30 to 90 days. So will you take the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
This is 90 to 30 days?
Passing it as amended for introduction.
Oh, okay. No.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
Councilmember Geracaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris? Yes. Councilmember Isles?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Okay, so that passes at a vote of 5-4. Okay, now moving on to item. I think we're on HS1. Councilmember Harris?
Yes, I move for ordinance 34026, adding Title III, Chapter 36 to the City Code concerning the regulation of electronic product promotion sweepstakes kiosks.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion?
HS1 kiosk.
Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. HS1 is to regulate, HS2 is to prohibit. So we cannot pass both of these. In fact, we can only pass HS1 if, if HS2, if we did, what I'm getting at, I'd like to do HS2 first. And if HS2 fails, then HS1 is on the table.
Okay.
So if.
Yes, I'll accept that.
If the motion, if the motioner would entertain a friendly amendment to move HS2 rather than HS1.
Well, it's not a friendly amendment, it's a substitute
Yeah,
motion. You're changing what we're talking about.
right, because if 2 doesn't pass, 1 doesn't
Right.
matter. Yes. Okay, I withdraw the motion, and I'll start with HS2. Okay, ready? Ordinance 47026, enacting a new subsection 9-5-8-10 of the Evanston City Code prohibiting electronic product promotion sweepstakes kiosks.
Second.
Okay, HS2 has been moved and seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to vote in favor of prohibiting this type of kiosk, and since it's late, I won't go into the reasons. I will just hope that some of my colleagues join me.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, I just want to say I got an overwhelming number of emails asking that I vote no for this, not be in favor of it, and I'm going to follow that from the residents.
Just a no vote on
Against,
prohibition.
no,
as
just not
allowing.
having them. Yes, not allowing them to be.
So
Not-
HS
Yes vote on this
Yes.
item.
Okay, Councilmember.
Late.
It is late.
I just want to
Council-
understand what you're saying.
Yes, and yes, and no.
Yes.
And who's on first? Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. I will note it is late, and the only people who are sticking around are the people who this directly affects. They've come out and spoken spoken for regulation, not for prohibition. I find that this is a situation that lots of people do not understand in the community. I've had people telling me they do not want these on Howard Street. They're on Howard Street. People picture this as being a gambling parlor or something along those lines, and that's not what the situation is. And if this council decides to vote this down, I hope somebody's coming with something for these people, because we just keep taking away their livelihoods. We keep taking money out of their pockets and making it so that they can't do business here. When I brought up issues about trying to help the gas stations and convenience stores, I mentioned to somebody that I talked with some people about the menthol cigarette ban, and I was told at that point, well, has anybody lost their business yet? And the answer was no. But if that's what we're waiting for, is people to lose their business, all we have to do is look at what the Economic Development Committee report from these people said. It said they have a very pessimistic view of their business in the next year. It says one person was looking at selling. So if we're all about economic development and doing things to support our businesses, I guess gas stations and convenience stores aren't part of that mix. And trying to help them. So if people have suggestions for how these people can work in Evanston, and we can support them as a business. Please bring them forward.
Thank you. Last time I asked that I wanted to see if we could potentially grandfather in, if someplace is able to show receipts for having had one of these kiosks in their business for a certain amount of time, and to know approximately how many we have already in Evanston. Do we have any information on that? So that I'm not looking to undermine existing businesses and revenue that they've been relying on, but I'm not interested in the proliferation of this in Evanston either.
So Councilmember Kelly, you can absolutely make an amendment to include those that have already been operating this way, and then prohibit it going further. I believe maybe Ike knows how many there are. Yeah.
Good day, members of the City Council. Councilmember Kelly, you asked how many of these kiosks that we have in Evanston. Based on our investigations, we have a tally of about 18 spread across 3 to 4 establishments in Evanston.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so that is legal then, that we could grandfather in the existing ones and ban them going forward. I mean, I think that's what I would be most comfortable with. So I'd be interested in hearing how council members I'm also opposed to seeing these proliferate in our city. I'm not interested. I think it, yes, Councilmember Burns.
I mean, we brought this up last time. There's already a limit of 20 licenses, and each machine has to be licensed. So how should we think about, and when you say proliferation, I don't know if you mean the amount of sites that have these or the amount of kiosks per site, but there's a limit of 20 licenses. Does that mean 20 sites or 20 kiosks?
The ordinance presented before you does state 20 kiosk period granted every year. And what that also means is that each establishment granted a license will only have 2.
So what I see is it says the city shall not issue more than 20 licenses. Maybe there's a definition for licenses.
And if you look lower, you will see that the ordinance states 2 kiosks per premise.
I do see the 2 kiosks, yeah. Okay, so that's how okay, I see. That's how you're getting at that. Okay. Yeah, so it's, but each store will have one license?
No, it'll be licensed individually. So each kiosk will be licensed.
Okay, I was going to say, because then that would be more than that. Obviously, would be double that. Okay. So unless we need to clear up that language, so the only difference is it would go from 18 to 20.
But point of order, that's not the ordinance that we're discussing. We're discussing the ban.
I know, but I'm responding to what Councilmember Kelly just said.
Right, that's related to the ban.
So if we did that, that would only amount to 2 fewer kiosks, and that's really it. I mean,
but you also have to keep in mind that a number of these establishments have more than 2. So there are establishments that have about 5 or 6. So if this ordinance is implemented, that means the store owner will have to remove, in a case where you have 5, will have to remove 3 of the kiosks in order to meet the stipulations of the ordinance.
No, I understand. Yeah, I'm just trying to say what Councilmember Kelly is suggesting wouldn't really amount to much, other than, after they remove them, I don't know if the license would carry over to the next person, but at any given time, unless you said, once if the facility goes out of business or there's a change of ownership, the license isn't transferred to that new owner or something like that, then it really won't amount to much, because at any given time, in the way that Director Ogbo is interpreting this, is that there will only be 20 licenses and 20 kiosks at any given point.
Can you direct me to that language?
It's I think it's in 2 places. He's saying it's in 336-2. 3-36-2C says the city shall issue
Page
shall not issue more than 20 licenses. And then 363A, the total number of electronic product promotion sweepstakes kiosks operated on any premises at one time shall not exceed 2. And I guess you're reading this, which was kind of confusing to me, but you're reading this, each individual kiosk will be licensed?
Yes,
Okay.
it'll be per kiosk.
So that could be 40.
No, you're saying each one, so just 20,
No.
because it's limited to
A
20.
license, if you have a license for it, then you can have 2, correct?
Yeah, if you have a license, you are only allowed to have a maximum of 2. Yes. So you are allowed to have 2 licenses per premise.
So not 20 premises, but
So there'll be
20
there you go.
kiosks.
There you go.
You're
There'll be about
saying
10
one
10
person
sites.
has a license.
So
he
10
has-
locations, I guess.
Right, gotcha.
10 sites.
And how many sites are there now that we know of?
Based on our investigation, there are about four sites, but they have more than 2.
Yeah.
2
Okay.
kiosks, yeah. And these are the ones that we are aware of. There might be more.
Yeah.
Okay.
So some people may have to remove them if they're. So that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, and how will that work? I mean, if this is passed, I'm sorry, Councilmember Suffredin, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like we were really debating HS1, but I guess the question is, if there were a ban, how would the removal of machines work? Who's in charge of that?
The manner in which the ordinance is written is that the city manager, his designee, or the police chief, or the designee will be responsible for that.
I mean, I think Councilmember Rogers makes a very good point. Economic development, gas stations and convenience stores had an overwhelmingly negative outlook on doing business in Evanston. But at the same time, I think licensing something that's unregulated by any other entity is probably not a great practice. We're here at 1140, basically holding their business's future in our hands. I think this has already been held, right? So we can't hold this again. I think this is a pretty consequential decision for us to make. And I mean, you can't, if we ban them, you cannot come back from that. I don't know that there is a framework that makes sense for licensing something that's unregulated, but I know that if we ban it tonight, we've just added an additional body blow to this category of business. So I would respectfully suggest that we not vote to ban them tonight and come back with a well thought out top of the agenda plan for how we will allow these. And if not, let's vote to ban them, but let's do it at like 7 o'clock rather than doing it to these people at this time of night right now.
Are we able to hold a meeting with you guys as business owners?
I mean, I'm happy to talk to you. I understand the realities of your business are that you are there very much. So like coming to meetings, spending this much time here, we had this discussion at economic development, there was a survey put out, but I mean, I'd be happy to meet with you and better understand what we can do to support you. I just do not think that licensing something that's unregulated in any way is a good practice for the city, but I also value the existence of your business and the importance of them being profitable for you to continue. So I'd be happy to meet with you. But I think voting to ban it tonight is just like a rough thing to do to a category of businesses that we've already kind of piled some tough regulations on. So I'd like to better understand what we could do, to Councilmember Rogers' question, to balance out the impact of if we were to choose to eliminate these machines.
Thank you. Sounds like maybe a table would be in line for that. Councilmember Newsma?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just for introduction tonight, so this is not for final action. I was going to suggest, Councilmember Kelly, that the way to get to where you want to go would be not to ban kiosks, but put additional limitations, if required, into the regulation, which is something we still could do if at our next meeting, because this is only for introduction this evening.
Okay, Councilmember Burns.
I mean, we can vote on this first. I mean, a lot of work has been put into this. The only thing I think people are now trying to understand is to use Councilman Kelly's words, the proliferation of them. If anybody that reads the ordinance sees that this is the whole point of this is, if we vote on this, it's effectively make sure that there's no loopholes where these can be operated as video gaming by another name. These will be sweepstakes machines, in my opinion, legally. That could be legally defended. And so that's what I'm prepared to support, because there was a lot of time and effort, research that I did to and folks that I talked to in the industry to understand how to do this. I'm prepared to support that. I can't say I'll be prepared to support something else that could help them, like bringing, flavored tobacco back or any number of other things that could be discussed. But there has been, I have put a lot of thought into this. I think the fact that they already exist helps. I have not received any complaints about them at all, not one email, not one phone call about it. That's not to say that it doesn't exist. I'm sure it does. There's a lot of people in the ward, but no one has reached out to say, hey, I saw this thing, what do you think about it? And so, again, I'm prepared today to make sure that we're not approving video gaming, but we're approving sweepstakes, which is allowed at malls and all different types of places, just in different ways. I'm ready to support that tonight. I would not support a table for that reason.
Councilmember Suffredin.
I turned off my light. We're from what I understand, please correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, if we were to limit it to 2 per site, we would be taking away existing machines from people who have come to rely on that revenue.
Correct.
So
the way that the ordinance currently states.
Okay. Our attempt to split the baby still has a detrimental effect to the businesses that we should be trying to figure out how to help, and what other ways we can help them recoup what they would lose if we just did an outright ban, which again, I think from a policy perspective makes the most sense. I mean, we're licensing something that's completely unregulated. We wouldn't do that with anything else. But I don't want, again, at 11:45 to deliver the death blow to a category of business or to particular businesses. I think that's irresponsible. So,
Thank you.
Just one more comment.
There's one before you.
I had me.
Okay, Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. Director Ogbo, how many complaints have we received about these?
The Health and Human Services Department, honestly, we have not received any complaints, but most of the responses have been from the police department, and unfortunately, I don't have that tally.
Okay. So I have more of these in my ward than anybody else. I have had one complaint, and it's from somebody who lives in the 9th Ward. So this is obviously not a major issue in the 8th Ward. And if we're looking for things to ban and fix and everything like that, I feel we have about 250 things ahead of this one. Yeah.
Thank you. For all this. Councilmember Geracaris.
Yeah, I would just urge my colleagues to not vote on the ban. I think we owe these business owners some sort of decision. They shouldn't have to be here till close to midnight in multiple meetings just because human services lands at the end of our agenda. I do think that, this offers them a path forward with and I have also not had a lot of complaints either, a handful, and I just hope we can make some sort of decision. And this is for introduction, so our next meeting is not till almost a month from now. So we do have time if we want to add things to the regulation. We have plenty of time, and I would encourage my colleagues to make use of that if we move forward.
Councilmember Burns?
I was going to say, is it just for introduction? If we want to move it from 2 per location to grandfathering in the existing ones to moving it to 5, like that's just a matter. It depends on if there's support for that. And so if there's only support for 2, that's what it is. If there's more support, that can be determined, between meetings, and somebody can make that amendment. So I would urge my colleagues to vote no on this and yes on HS1.
Councilmember Newsma?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My sense is that the motion on the table to ban the machines will fail. So I suggest we have that vote. If that is the case, then we can have a discussion about regulation by voting to introduce HS1 this evening. And that gives us time between now and our next meeting to come up with some potential changes for the local regulations. That's all.
So I guess my concern is that, I think it definitely needs a lot of crafting to make it so it's creativity to figure this out. And I'm not, so that we decide like how long do you have to have had one? We don't want people to go out and buy a bunch now because they think we're about to, pass this either. I'm concerned about where this is going to land if we just go forward as is by just not banning and allowing. So I don't know. If anyone has a suggestion, I feel like a table would be more appropriate to come back and actually having surveyed, really done a nice survey of what's out there. Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. With all due respect, this was held so people could be surveyed and asked. This is the second meeting already. We're going to potentially carry it to a third meeting. It was bypassed in Human Services. It's been in the discussion. The media has covered it for many months. If people were going to go out and buy them, they've already done it. If they think that's the way to work around this. But I do think that we have people who, again, have businesses here. They're trying to find ways to make their businesses work. I think that we can move into the regulation, and if there's regulations that we want to put in about the number of them, that sort of stuff, that's all in there. We can tweak all of that stuff. Okay. I think the question tonight is, do we just say no to these? And if we do, then that's it. It's done.
Okay.
But.
Okay. So I guess we'll take the roll on HS2.
Councilmember Suffredin?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
Councilmember Geracaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Yes.
Councilmember Isles?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
3-6.
Okay, so that.
With 3 in favor, 6 opposing,
Motion fails.
motion
So
fails.
motion fails. Okay, so now HS1.
I move for ordinance 34-026, adding Title III, Chapter 36 to the City Code concerning the regulations, of electronic product promotions sweepstakes kiosks.
Second.
Any discussion? It's been moved and seconded.
Given the late hour, could I make a suggestion that we bring forward anything that we'd like to have changed to staff and have a meeting with those. I'm willing to host a meeting. Anybody's willing to join me. We'll be in the 8th Ward most likely because that's where these people have their businesses. But that we actually come forward with some ideas next time now that we know we're looking in the regulation realm of things. And I don't think after the many hours we've been here trying to cobble together regulations makes sense. I also think it gives a chance for those people who did want to ban to consider what do they find acceptable regulation in order to either limit the proliferation if that's what we're doing, or to lessen impact, whatever we want to do. But I don't think that at this hour we're really going to solve that solution.
Councilmember Rogers, I hear you suggesting we, without further debate, vote on HS1 for introduction and save the rest of the discussion for later. That's not tabling it.
No. So I would say that we just vote on the introduction. We still have a month then to pursue all these activities that we want to do, and come forward in August with proposals for what regulations we are proposing. That also gives time for the people who have these in their industry or in their businesses to work with us on what they would like to see and what they think would work. So I would just ask that we vote.
Okay, I'm fine with that, though I would like to ask that right now that we get assistance from staff in terms of, really surveying how many there are, getting a better handle on that, maybe through EPD or however they know what's out there, and come up, with a proposal. I think it should be a certain amount of time that I would like to see them grandfathered in. I don't want to see the continued, the growth of this in our city. So, some proposals about how that could look, if that sounds reasonable. Staff, I'm asking. Yeah, okay. Great, okay.
Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Geracaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Okay, that passes with a vote of 9-0.
Yeah, nice.
And that brings us to
Call of the words.
Call of the wards. I'm sorry? Just kidding. I'm good one. Okay. Okay, call the wards. We'll start with Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Davis?
No.
Rogers?
Nothing.
Councilmember Geracaris?
We've had everyone.
Councilmember Harris?
No report.
Councilmember Isles?
I had to cancel my normal office hours first Thursday of the month because I'll be on vacation.
Councilmember Newsma?
No report.
And I have no report, and with that, our meeting is adjourned.